The comic book industry is a volatile one in the sense that, yes, we've got some really great comics right now, but not everybody agrees that things are in a good spot. And of course, with everything that's happened with Diamond over the last few years, different new uh, uh, publishers and distributors, things are just in chaos. However, what we generally agree on is that comics are good. What I thought would be interesting to do for today is to take a look back 10 years ago and compare the way things were then to how they are now, to have a conversation about whether or not we're really in a better place than we were a decade ago. And when I say a decade, I really mean it. I pulled up sales figures and things like that from 2015
Damn.
to directly compare with today and see where we're at. And the good thing is that at least Tyler and I and our guest who will be joining us here in a little bit can speak to what it was like to be on the ground floor reading Marvel and DC comics in 2015.
Marco was just learning how to read back then.
I was just dipping my toe in.
Yeah, so we will be getting into all of that. Of course, I am always joined by Marco,
Celsius.
Tyler,
Hey, pals. What's up, nerds? Is that my catchphrase? What's up, nerds? Is that a thing?
What's up, nerds?
No. Oh, that was a thing you guys used to do.
that was
Oh,
we
nope.
didn't say nerds. And I'm Sean. Thank you guys for being here. Whether you are live or in the future, we are going to be joined in a little bit by Gavin Guidry, allegedly, supposedly. So hopefully he can make it and come hang out with us. But the great thing is that you guys made it. So thank you for being here, whether you are live or in the future. Make sure you smash the like button. As Entertain Me reminded you even before we went live, thank you so much for that. It's always great to wake up in the morning and see you guys waiting on us to hang out with you. Love
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Tom Accountant in the chat right off the bat says, when Mrs. Hound sees the haul I got from InStock Trades this morning, I'll be ground up into hound chowder.
Hey, yo.
I hope not.
I mean, and if you are, at least I hope she seasons you correctly.
It's an awful fate. We've got Lance McNair. Thank you for joining us, Lance. Good to see you, buddy. Lot of good people in the chat. Let's jump right into things. So today, as we sit, it is September 2025. It's been a pretty good year for comics. We're not ready to discuss it as a whole because there are still a few months to go, and we'll save that for the Pallies, right? That is our end of year award ceremony, the only one that matters in the comic space. But it's been a great year. Just recently, and we'll talk more about this later, we learned that Batman #1 sold 500,000 copies in September. Great number, brilliant number. We all rejoiced. But is that really a number worth celebrating? How big of a deal would a number like 500,000 have been in 2015? Let's talk about what was happening in comics in 2015. On the Marvel side of things, which to me, 2015 Marvel is just it's a place I want to live. It was an
Yeah,
amazing time.
I was
Uh,
looking at images because I was looking to see what I can use to represent these things, and I googled 2015 Marvel. I'm like, oh, that was that year. Okay.
yeah, that was an amazing time. And what is the banner? What's on the banner of 2015 Marvel? Secret Wars.
Oh.
It's a year where both companies upended their entire lines for a spell. Secret Wars had done the whole Battle World initiative, which is going to be interesting when you bring up numbers, Sean, because I'm curious to see what that nets out to in certain ways. But Secret Wars was huge, man.
And I think by contrast, DC was doing their conversions.
Oh, somebody did his homework.
That was my era, dude.
Oh,
DCU.
no.
See that Jeff Johns stuff?
Jeff Johns.
Jeff Johns, the DCU, the finger.
Oh,
You remember that poster?
that is that even from then?
No, this would have been Dark Side War and Convergence era stuff. I don't know if
Dark-
DCU.
Dark Side War was good shit.
Yeah.
Convergence was shit.
There were some good parts of Convergence. I will give them that.
I had fun with
Doc
Convergence.
Shaner did a Captain Marvel. I think was he? No, that's when it first had to be called Shazam. I think. But that was good.
You can give it to them all you want. Convergence sucked.
You're not
And-
a Talos fan?
It pales in comparison to Secret Wars. It feels like 10 years. So much has changed in 10 years. There never would have been a time 10 years ago where I would have said to you, hey, DC is kicking Marvel's ass.
Oof. It is. It is a mirror. It kind of feels like a mirror of what's happening in 2025, in a way. Like they're looking at each other in a certain way, but it's mirrored because I would say DC's kind of kicking Marvel's ass in 2025.
Consistently, like consistent content-wise, the excitement that I feel.
And to be fair, Convergence was happening, and Sean, correct me if I'm wrong on this, because of a huge move for DC offices from New York to LA. That made Convergence have to be banked for 2 months, I believe.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's all that was happening for like 2-3 months.
Yeah. Yes, that is true. I don't know why that means they couldn't put out a quality event.
Mhm.
But yeah, that is factual. The first thing I want to do, looking down memory lane, so to speak, is take a look at January of 2015. I wanted to see how the year started. And this is a little bit unfair because we don't have sales numbers the way we did then. Like you can just go to comichron.com, which is where I go for all my sales figures. And you can see exactly what things were selling. And obviously, maybe there's a little bit of flubbing here or there. It is an estimate, but it's pretty close. Does anyone know what the number one best-selling comic book was in January of 2015?
January 2015, number one, either side.
Yeah, it's a very significant comic.
Would it have been in Ultimate Incursion?
Ultimate Incursion?
No. What was the end of the Ultimate Universe into Secret Wars, like the right before Secret Wars?
It ain't that.
It ain't that. Okay.
It's a number one.
It is a number one, yes.
No, it might be Secret Wars then.
Would it be
It's go ahead.
I was gonna guess a character. I was just gonna say Avengers.
God no. It's Star Wars number one.
Oh, that's right.
It's Star Wars number one with an estimated 985,000 units sold, nearly a
right.
million. Now, everyone knows that number is, well, not entirely accurate. There are a lot of things that Marvel was able to do to get that number up. This is the Loot Crate era. There were a lot of copies being sold or being given out, I guess, through that. There were a lot of places where you could get this issue, but I don't want to take anything away from how big Star Wars number one was. Genuine sales are probably very, very high for this book. It was a moment in time, and I was right there grabbing this copy of Star Wars. Jason Aaron, John Cassaday. That was in 2015.
Yeah,
that was insanity. John Cassaday being on interiors was ridiculous at that time. I would say that would be ridiculous today. But yeah, this was hotly anticipated, and for what it's worth, it didn't disappoint.
Yeah, and that was after Astonishing was hugely delayed. But everyone was craving Cassaday art, and he had previously worked on old Uncanny Avengers, right? That was right before this.
I think so.
Yeah, and this was huge. This is right when like the Disneyfication of Star Wars was happening too. So it was
Yep.
a revitalization of the property.
Well, and that was what all the fervor was. Where it was, oh, this is going to lead into. It was going to be this is all canon, which was one thing.
Yes.
And then this was all going to lead into the new movies and stuff. That was the exciting part. Was for the first time we had, maybe not for the first time, but like officially backed. This is what's happening in the world of Star Wars, and this is the place to have it.
Yeah, and Force Awakens would have come out in December of that year. So this was like build up to like, hey, we are getting a brand new Star Wars movie this year. This is the year of Star Wars.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because that was in December, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
The trailer probably came out March or something like that, and it's wild. That first Force Awakens trailer, man. It's good
Rad.
stuff.
Wait, John Cassaday passed?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a year ago.
we
Oh,
reported on it.
God, I forgot. My apologies. That's terrible. Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Yeah, we
bro.
talked about it on the show.
Oh my God. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
Nah, that's terrible.
Yeah, I think
Yo,
he had
Sean's
that.
finding out again.
Damn.
Oh man.
Yeah, last year September, literally almost a year exactly.
Yeah, September 9th. Holy shit. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, he was a big part of what will probably be the highest selling Marvel comic of this era. Like I don't imagine anything is going to sell more than this in the future. And obviously comics used to sell these kinds of numbers all the time. So this will be the highest number Marvel will probably ever achieve in the modern era. And I don't say that to denigrate Marvel. I just don't see a way that a comic book sells 900,000 copies again.
This is also before Marvel Unlimited. This is also before DC Infinite. Like people's reading habits change now. And
Yeah.
I think the closest Marvel can get is maybe doing a Marvel Star Wars crossover.
But it's not gonna be the same thing. Like
It's
like
not.
the cultural moment for that has passed.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same.
Totally. And again, like these are not genuine sales numbers for this book. So
Right.
that's a huge part of it as well. Even Comicron says 350 to 450,000 copies of Star Wars were distributed through Loot Crate.
Whew.
Wow.
So
Loot Crate was
if-
huge back then too.
And that there is no modern equivalent of that. So if you take 350,000 of those sales away, which is the bottom end of what they estimate Loot Crate distributed, you're talking about 635,000 copies sold, which is still massive. That still clears Batman #1 and all that, but it's not almost a million copies.
But it makes that divide much more tangible and
Right.
realistic.
And it puts into perspective how big a deal it is that Batman sold 500K today.
Yeah.
I would say the fan base then was activated,
Yes.
right, for that book. But then I think to that point that you're illustrating there, Sean, the fan base currently is activated with everything that's been going on in the world of comics to even give it that 500K. Because I could also imagine a situation where we're in a lull, kind of creatively and between comic publishers, and that number for a Batman #1 hits 300K.
Well, I have a theory about why it hit 500K that unfortunately has nothing to do with whether or not the book is good.
Well,
We'll save that conversation
I agree.
for a little later on. The rest of the comic book industry, though, in January, while sales were up 10% year over year, I look at these numbers and I don't feel like they're very good. So you've got Batman in the number 2 spot at 110,000 copies sold. It's the 38th issue, but still, it's not a, that number doesn't light you on fire. It doesn't light me on fire. This is actually the end of the Snyder and Capullo run. This is
Yeah.
Endgame, literally. So,
Hmm.
Arguably my favorite of the arcs.
oh yeah,
They I feel like they definitely landed on they ended on their feet there.
yeah. I, mean, I think that run is brilliant. I love the I think it's the second to last issue, or maybe the last issue of that run is my favorite single Batman comic of all time. Lots of good stuff came from those two. But this list has the 11th best-selling comic of January 2015 is Harley Quinn number 14. That is crazy. And it underscores how big of a deal Harley Quinn was at this time.
That
She was huge.
Yeah.
Was that? Huh. I'm looking it up right now. Oh, there was a Bruce Timm variant for it, but this was during the Amanda Conner era for sure. I forgot how big that era was. Ton of fervor for it.
And like I'm sure the comics were good. I never checked them out. But you talk about the influence of outside media on comics. I don't think you can see that more directly than Harley Quinn sales in 2015.
Yeah.
Like, this is the time when you go to Comic-Con and all you see are Harley Quinn cosplays.
That's right.
This is that
Yep.
era.
And this is building up to Suicide Squad movie coming out with Margot Robbie in 2016.
Yeah. Yep. So there's a lot of interesting things. Batman Eternal was running at this time. Like, what?
I'm looking at the list, Sean. They hit their 20, 21, 22, and 23 slots, all descending in terms of like the number of issues.
Yeah, crazy. So I just wanted to start at the beginning of the year to give you guys an idea of what things were like to kick off 2015. Already you can see big differences, the way that Loot Crate's existence affected the market. And it's not, Star Wars #1 is not the only book whose sales were bolstered by Loot Crate.
Yeah.
There are other books that we'll speak to, or that we could speak to, whether we will or not, that were impacted by this. But the characters that were popular at the time, the things you could do at the time, the sales figures at the time, very different. And I feel like right away you're looking at an industry that just doesn't feel the same. There's not as much excitement in January as there is a little bit later on, even as we get into June, which to me, the top 10 of June looks very different and much healthier. And I think this is a better representation to compare where we are now versus where we were then. But before we get into those numbers, I want to talk to you, Tyler, and Marco, you can speak to this from your perspective, although it'll be different. I want to talk to you, Tyler, about where your fandom was. And chat, this is where you guys need to jump in. Where was your fandom at? How excited were you for comics in 2015?
It was almost I was a Marvel head at this point. Secret Wars, the whole Hickman era of Avenger stuff, which we talk about all the time. There was just a lot of stuff there for me. And as my cat just unplugs my headphones, hold on. There's a lot of big stuff there for me. DC had kind of been waiting for me. I was really into it during New 52. That was 3 years prior. We were in the era of like, oh, okay, where is this universe going? We still had like the Earth 2 of it all still happening in the background, which I think Convergence kind of helps end. But I was really a Marvel guy. 2015, what was I doing in 2015 as well? Yeah, I was still going to my local comic shop that used to be around here. So there was a little bit of community involved, but also I was writing for a certain website at this point too. So I was activated in less common ways too.
That's a
I
great point.
remember because 2015 is when Ant-Man came out, the movie, and I remember writing for the same website that all of us wrote for. I was doing the reviews for the Ant-Man comics, the tie-in comics at the time, so I was well activated. But I was also really into the image books at this point too. If my timeline lines up, let's see. Yeah, this would have been like peak Saga. Saga started in 2012, but we're well into like the whole world of this stuff. Yeah, this is a big year in comics for me.
I think similarly because I was also writing for the same site, my fandom was quickly turning into going from the independent space, going from like just reading trades and just reading, um, collected editions into the weekly grind, catching up on runs and being like activated in the day to day. I wasn't reading anything Marvel, but it was allowing me to dip my toe into that. Star Wars, I think, was the closest way to get in because of it was Marvel associated. So you had Star Wars, Darth Vader, Afra, all those things kind of allowing me to peek my head in here and there. But I was mostly a DC person, and that was through the powers of Swamp Thing because that run was still going on. And from there, I was able to kind of focus on my characters. Look at the shit, Swamp Thing on the shirt, like that was the activation. And it always fluctuated between those two things. Actively reading, specifically DC, still within the indie space, but trying to make inroads, trying into Marvel.
Yeah.
I did forget to start the super chat goal in the chat so that we could play the goat game later. I'm getting that going now, but we've never missed it. So let's not start today. Let's get those super chats rolling in, 10 or more, and we'll play the game. $10 or more super chat, and we'll spin the wheel. So let's keep that in mind, and let's make sure we hit the like button. We've got a poll in the chat as well. Were you reading comics 10 years ago? I very much want to hear from you guys on that front. How new to comics are you? 10 years is a long window. I mean, if you've got a 10-year-old kid now, that means that 10 years ago they were a baby, or maybe they weren't even born quite yet. So that's a long time, and I'm really interested to hear what you guys were doing at that point. For me, 2015, that was like at that point I had not been more of a fan of comics in 2015 since I started reading them. Like Civil War, 2015, right now. Those are my eras as it comes to like the height of my fandom. I couldn't have been more excited about what Marvel was doing in 2015. And while DC was not really hot for me, um, you had Batman, which was incredible. You also had Justice League, which I was loving so much. That was the Jeff Johns Justice League era.
Yeah.
And there were other things too that I was really digging. So for me, this was prime time. Prime time.
It's funny. I wasn't even reading Justice League at the time. I never read Dark Side War while it was coming out. I was kind of checked out of the whole Justice League end of things.
Damn, that's the shit that I was reading, dipping my
Yeah.
toe in there. Uh, and I think 2015, the peak of fandom, so much so, Sean, that the next year we met up so that we could talk about putting this show together.
Yeah. That's completely true.
Tyler was already doing his show. Like,
Yeah. Oh shit. That would have been 10 years ago, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Holy fuck. God.
Yeah, dude.
Peak
Wow.
activation, bro.
Crazy. Um Atomic Hound with a 1999 kicking off the
Woo.
super chats for today. Thank you so much, buddy. In 2015, I nearly quit during DCU. In September 2025, as in last night, I finished my weekly stack of comics and told Mrs. Hound I am enjoying comics as much as I ever have.
Hound, I'm kind of curious what turned you off on DCU. I actually tended to like a lot of the DCU books. That kind of brought me back into DC post conversions.
Yeah, man, I think that um, DCU I was turned off by that as well. And I think there's definitely a divide between the kinds of people, because like you and I, Tyler, read a lot of the same stuff, but I also think there's a point at which we diverge in our taste,
Yeah.
and something like DCU is way more up your alley than mine.
Yeah, like I like when Prez came out. I'm not sure Prez is you type of book.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Prez Omega Men. Wow.
But Omega Men was up my alley.
That's
Yep.
when we were getting war crimes in the comics, right?
That's
Yes.
right. Ooh, Constantine the Hellblazer. Ming Doyle. Damn, I forgot about this shit.
That was a good book.
That was a
very
great
good
book.
Yeah.
Wow. Yo, I was picking up. I was genuinely probably spending at least like $100 at the shop.
Even like this is Black Canary was out at this time too.
Yep.
And then there was Midnighter by Steve Orlando, which might be my favorite thing he's written as well.
Love to see you guys giving us your history with what you were into 10 years ago in the chat. Entertain Me says, hate to say, but at the time was the end of my 20s. I had to take life a little more seriously with picking up a second job and not having enough time for comics. The Krakoan era was my big return to comics. Huh.
Nice.
I'm glad you came back, dude.
Wow.
I definitely hear you though. Sometimes you gotta fall back. I think I almost want to put up another poll because I want to find out how many of you have taken a long-term break from comics. I have never taken a break from comics ever. I think I've gone the longest I have gone without getting my stack from the shop is probably a month.
And that's due to outside forces, I'm going to guess too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think since activation, I've never had the gap.
Yeah, I just have never been able to break. I've never wanted to break away.
Amin Perez with the €10. I was hyped for Convergence. Futures End and Earth 2 weren't great. I will challenge you on Futures End. That was a lot of fun. But built some hype, dropped Jonathan Hickman's Avengers, and didn't expect much from Star Wars. Justice League and Batman were consistently great. DCU sucked. The DCFU did suck.
Did that SW be in Star Wars or Secret Wars?
We dropped 2 wars, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
That is literally the opposite of you, Sean.
Yes, I was not hyped for Convergence. Futures End and Earth 2 weren't great and didn't build any hype. Jonathan Hickman's Avengers was incredible, and I was very excited for Secret Wars. Justice League and Batman were consistently great. Yeah, I agree. All right. Yeah, we land the same on there. Nick Grimes. Nick Grimes, good to see you. I haven't seen your name before. I like that. Nick Grimes. I'd probably read a few trades, but I was mostly in comics YouTube in 2015. When I went to college, there was a comic shop directly next to campus, and that really spurred my reading of the medium. Thank you for saying that. Comic book YouTube is something that I think really started to develop around this time. This is when you started to get channel. I want to say Comics Explained was a burgeoning channel around this time. Maybe even Comic Story, and it's hard for me to remember exactly when I started to become aware of these channels. Definitely before I started doing this. But I wasn't engaged with Comics YouTube.
Me neither.
Because I really liked the podcast that I checked out. And I didn't feel like I needed and again, this is going to sound really stupid, but this is how I thought at the time. Non-professional fans getting on their soapbox to talk about comics. I wasn't looking for that.
I was more I was in similarly to you, Sean. I was a big comic podcaster at the time. I was listening to everyone, except the one you guys were on. Comics Pals I did listen to. I wasn't listening to the other side. I was big into, like, what did we have at the time? IGN's comic book podcast.
That was me.
Was big at the time. iFanboy, I was really into. Honestly, I still am. I still listen to iFanboy. Comics Alliance had their own podcast at the time too. And then I think even there was a couple of other ones too that were just good. War Rocker Ajax at the time. Word Balloon was still going on back then. But it was all podcasting for me. It was stuff I could listen to while I was doing other things. YouTube, I had to kind of sit down there and hunker down and watch it, which now that I work remote, I can do. But back then, I remember listening to, literally, I think this might have been 2015, listening to iFanboy with my headphones on in college while I was developing film. And it's a weird moment for me. They were talking about, and I don't know what issue this was. It might not have been 2015, might have been 2014, but it was. They were talking about Indestructible Hulk with Matteo Scalera on art. It was the crossover between Daredevil and Hulk, written by Mark Waid, because he was doing both at the time. And I don't know why I remember that so vividly, but that was just a big deal in my head that I was big into podcasting at the time, which is what sparked my want to do a podcast.
Yeah. The similarly, I was looking for podcasts, like stuff that I could kind of play in the background. iFanboy was the first thing that I kind of listened to. But the thing that I was doing was I was on Comic Vine.
Yes.
I was updating those wikis, dude.
You were one of those nerds.
Oh my god,
dude! I was all of the Swamp Thing stuff. I don't know if it's still like there and around, but all of the New 52 Swamp Thing, I think from issues 1 through like some crazy number, I just wrote up the like what happened, the summarization. So that's what got me interested in writing, like at a more, I guess, quote unquote official capacity for the site, because I wanted to just like spiel about this stuff.
Connor says, I was pretty young, so didn't buy weekly comics, but I fell asleep listening to Benny on Comic Storian for years around this time. I credit him with my love of comics. And that's something I'm glad you said that. And I'm seeing, multiple people talking about YouTube and, removing myself at least from the equation here. YouTubers deserve a lot more credit than they get for keeping comics popular among young people during this era in particular, because so many people started buying comics or ended up, watching us or watching other channels or, reading comics because of people like Benny, even people like Rob, people like Sal from Comic Pop. Like, those guys deserve so much credit for activating a lot of you, very important. Amin says, I used to edit the DC fandom. What a fiend. Oh my god.
Yo.
Fandom? You were in the Fandom?
Wait, guys, I just found my old Comic Vine, issue number 3 of New 52 Swamp Thing. The top contributors in order are Half Shell Hero with 4 points.
Okay.
Alex DM at 6, something deactivated at 15, Fizz at 66, and me, MC Equipure, at 115 points of editing. I drew up all of this shit.
Wow.
Holy shit. I'm on. Wow.
And this would have been, whose run was this?
This is Scott Snyder, and then it went into Charles Soule.
Charles Soule, yeah.
Wow.
Hot take, Charles Soule is better.
I think so. Wow, holy shit. I can't believe it's still there.
But I guess we were all activated comics readers in 2015, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though the lines were a little fucky at times.
Oh yeah. And so much of the chat was too, which, I mean, look, I'm not gonna say I'm surprised by that. Most comic book readers are long-term comic book readers. So if you say at any point in time, how many of you people have been reading comics for a decade, the majority of the people are going to say they have been. because that's how comics are. But I do think it's interesting to see where people started and kind of where they were at. I closed the poll. 61% of you were reading comics 10 years ago, which speaks to what I just said. If I asked the same question in 2005, we'll probably see, well, that we might see a little bit of a shift, but I think I would imagine largely, like I would imagine more than half of you would respond with yes.
As being activated comic readers 2005, yeah. That's where I'm out. But
2005, you're out?
I think I started 2006. It might have been like right around there.
Okay.
But even then, very briefly. But that's a different discussion. Yeah, Gore Vidal. Been reading comics since the late 70s.
Love it, brother. That's awesome. Where are my old heads at? You guys are my favorites. I love the ones who've been reading since the 70s and the ones who've been reading since 2022.
Yeah.
You know, I love that so much. 2024.
Where the
Bring
comic
the baby.
unks at.
Yeah.
Comic unks.
Lance McNair says, I think the big difference in me is that in 2015, I watched people talking about comics more than I read comics. In 2025, I actively read a lot more comics.
I'd be curious, Lance, to know what made you jump in. Because I know like Comics Explained is a big thing for a lot of people. That genre of YouTube. Where it's like recap stuff. Recap stuff is rampant. That's not even just for comics. That's for manga. That's for anime. Yeah, that's for stuff you can actually watch as well. Just recaps of it all.
But that was never of interest. Like I don't, because I feel like I wanted to consume the content that people read the thing but weren't talking back to me about it. Rather, they were talking about the themes and the stuff that happened in the book because I already read it, so I want to hear another person's take on maybe something or perspective I might have missed. For me, watching the reviews, because I do remember Comics Explained, like on the come up, but it felt similar to like reading the wiki. You know, like I'm not there experiencing it. Somebody is summarizing it, or somebody is reading it at their pace, noticing the things that they're noticing. But that's not me. I'm not doing that thing. I like doing that legwork.
For me, it was like, why don't I just hit dictate on a Wikipedia article? You know, like
sure.
For me, it was like, okay, I want to read this and then see what I got out of it compared to what other people got out of it.
Right.
And that's what I enjoyed. And like I honestly I give so much credit to the team at iFanboy for helping me get the language to speak about comics. Like not to call them comic unks, but like those guys helped me really explain, like understand that I'm not just looking at a page of comic book. There's so much in between that, and learning about, and that's when I started learning about the actual technique to make comics, and that's when I started liking it from a deeper perspective. That I would think probably around 2015 is when that really starts. Like when I was reading Bendis' stuff, that was candy for me. That was awesome stuff. But it wasn't until I started writing about comics that I started to enjoy it on a deeper level.
Uncanny Suit says, if you can remember Bat Dong and Batman Damned, you're a comic unk. Wait, that was like that
was yesterday.
That what the fuck are you talking about? How old are you? That was like, wasn't that like
that's peak pandemic, right?
Was it?
Sean,
No.
Go Google Batman penis and see what you get.
Batman Damned. What? Yeah, that was fucking 2018. Come on, that was 7 years ago. Am I going crazy over here?
That's only 2 presidents ago.
Yeah. Comic Unk 2018, 2017, 2018 is not that long ago. Uncanny Suit. What the fuck are you trying to do? You trying to make me feel like shit? Oh yeah, it's Batman Day today. Happy Batman Day, everybody. I almost forgot about that. We've got 90 plus hanging out, nearly 100 of you. Thank you for hanging out. Make sure you smash that like button. Keep talking to us in the chat about what you were doing in comics 10 years ago. I ain't comic unk. Now, granted, Uncanny Suit, if I were that, I'll wear it with pride. But someone was in the comments section on one of the videos we did a few days ago saying, what the fuck was he saying? He was saying that He was saying, I've been reading 20 comics for 20 years ago. I'm a baby compared to him. So if I'm a baby compared to him, how can I be your comics unk?
I had a friend growing up where he had an uncle that was younger than him.
See, that's that fucky Spanish shit.
You called it, not me. I didn't say it.
It is, bro. It is.
Yeah.
I know all about it. Trust me. I got that in my family too.
Yo, same.
Yeah, man.
He's like, uncle's like 7 years old. The kid's like 13. Like, bro, what? That's my uncle.
Yup. Got to teach uncle all about life.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the tweet. Tyler's tweet.
What tweet?
The bat dong.
Oh, I did tweet about that, right? Wasn't that the one that
Yeah.
got viral?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, I forgot. Did I make Batman's penis viral?
It popped off, but you definitely had a tweet that went viral.
Wow. That's more tweets that have gone viral than the Comics Pals account has. So
I'm trying. Not the same environment anymore.
there you go. Let's go back into the numbers. I'm having fun with this trip down memory lane. So let's take a look at June of 2015, because this is a pretty significant month to me. Because Secret Wars is in full effect. And the top 10 is a pretty interesting spot. So Secret Wars number 3 is number 1 at 218,000 units sold. That is a very good number. That is a very, very, very good number. And I think any Marvel or DC event today, now granted, again, we don't have official numbers from any source that we can point to and say, yeah, that's going to give us a proper estimate of the units sold. That's just something we don't know. But I think any Marvel or DC event would be very happy to sell 200,000 plus units of their primary event series right now.
That's right. A book like One World Under Doom, a book like...
Go ahead. Keep going.
No, that's it.
I mean, even the previous Absolute Power, which is still a while ago now, but Absolute Power would have killed still 200,000 copies.
Yeah.
True.
Entertain me with the 8 months channel membership, brother. That's amazing. Entertain me. Is that 8 months since you joined the channel as a VI pal, or is that 8 months since you became a listener? Like, has it been a year yet? Because I feel with some of you, it's like, has it really only been 8 months? But anyway, Entertain Me says, I would buy a comic every now and then from 2015 to 2019. I did buy almost all of Convergence, and I did buy Secret Wars, some Spider-Man, and Young Justice. How old were you then? I'm asking you a million questions. I'm curious. But Amazing Spider-Man, Renew Your Vows. You want to talk about a book that people really were into. That was the number 2 best-selling comic with 200,000 units sold.
Surely 10 years later, we're not still dealing with the ramifications of that comic in actual comics, right?
Right.
How could we?
But what does that say, though? That's a pretty significant deal. Like 2015, we're 8 years, I think. 7 or 8 years, or maybe it's even 9 years, removed from One More Day.
Yeah.
And Renew Your Vows, to me, Renew Your Vows is way more the promise of like a post One More Day future where One More Day didn't happen and we get to just see them live out their lives. To me, that's way more giving the fans what they want than Ultimate Spider-Man of today is. And you can see that people were clamoring for it because this outsold not only Star Wars, but it outsold Batman, it outsold Justice League, it outsold so many things that you would argue potentially would be more popular than that.
To be fair, Marvel had no other books in the line that were all either number 1s or 2s at this point, because the whole line got rebooted into War Zones and Battle World, right? So it's not like if you were buying Marvel comics, you were kind of had to buy specific books, and Renew Your Vows was big because Dan Slott was, I think, the first time writing Mary Jane at this point. She
I
was
don't know
kind
about
of.
that, but Amazing Spider-Man was not was happening at this time.
Oh, did they not stop that one? Okay.
No. Yeah, so I mean, it sold like gangbusters. It outsold Amazing Spider-Man,
True.
actually,
Yeah.
by a significant amount.
Yeah, it's the thing people want. It's their fanfic, you know.
Kubert drawing it too doesn't hurt.
Oh, that's real good. Justin Ponzer.
JetX asks a good question, and it's very much worth explaining the answer to it. Are these numbers just distributed to shops or shops to customers? So, whenever we are talking about sales figures, we are always talking about sales to distributors.
Yeah.
Sales to fans are pretty much never accessible. I think maybe Bleeding Cool's numbers today represent that, but anytime we're looking at Comic-Con or ICV2 or anything like that, we can only track sales from the distributor to the retailer. So, good question. That is the answer. But you had other books doing well. Star Wars was on its sixth issue, 152,000 copies sold. Nearly the entire top 10 is in the 100,000s. But it does taper off after Darth Vader #6, which Marco and I know we're agreed on that being an incredible series.
I
Phenomenal.
agree too. Put me on there.
Okay,
Yeah. I was gonna ask, when did that drop? But that was pretty quickly right after Star Wars, no?
it was.
It
Yeah,
was the same month.
So they were out the gate with
Damn.
that stuff.
Oh God. Oh, somebody. We'll do IP character book club, bro, and somebody's gonna say Vader down.
Vader down.
I would
man.
love to read that.
Vader down's rad.
Vader down.
I
But
still get chills.
in this top 10 is, yes, Darth Vader, but also Groot #1,
Yeah.
Oh.
which is
Sure.
weird. And then the Princess Leia book is the 11th best-selling comic.
Oh,
There
that
you
was
go.
good. Princess Leia. My favorite was that Han Solo series was good.
Did you say Han Solo?
Han Solo.
God damn it, Marco. That group book was good, by the way. Was that Jeff Loveness on the book?
I don't think I read that.
I got that signed. Who was
Yeah,
on
the
Han Solo?
Declan Shalvey covers, from what I remember. Yeah.
Dude, July, okay, has the #2 best-selling book in July is Star Wars Lando #1.
Lando made me cry.
The black one.
The black.
Wait, it made you
Black
cry.
one.
Yeah, there was I forgot what the guy with the headphone, the helper guy is.
Yes.
There's
Because he had to like remove his emotions.
some shit like that. He
Yeah.
had to like reset him,
Not Lore Lobot. Lobot?
maybe.
I think
But
it's
there
Lobot.
was a moment between Lando and I guess Lobot where he has to like do something to him that
Yeah,
resets him, and
dude.
like I cried. I genuinely cried. I forgot who that was.
That was a good book.
So good. And you know what? Marjorie Liu was writing the Han Solo series. I was a fan because of Monstrous at the time. I actually got I got a variant cover of I think either Return of the Jedi or Empire Strikes Back, where Han is shooting like a blaster. I got that variant cover. I got her to sign it for my brother. So I have a signed version of that I gave over to him.
So
Wow.
that Lando book was Charles Soule and Alex Maleev. So like,
Yes.
yeah, I remember that being
Yep.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Damn, I don't think I read this.
There were so many. The Chewbacca was pretty good.
He
The
was in
droids
Mud
was pretty
Slave
good.
Pits, yeah.
Yeah.
They were doing a lot of like minis, from what I remember too.
Like 5-6 issues.
Hey, Matthew Price, are you still here? I read your comment, but I forgot to respond to it and all the excitement. Congratulations on the newborn. That's incredible.
Oh wow.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you being here. And it's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody here. You guys are amazing. Make sure you hit that like button if you're enjoying the trip down memory lane. Dude, dude, it's 2015.
Okay.
Age of Apocalypse #1 sells 88,000 copies. It's 2025.
Yeah, there it goes.
Age of Apocalypse #1 is on the horizon. It's 1995. Age of Apocalypse is on the horizon. Can we not, Marvel? Was there an Age of Apocalypse in 2020, in the 2000s? Are we doing this every decade, Marvel?
I gotta say though, they had Sandoval on art for that Age of Apocalypse, and it kind of looked pretty good.
I bet it did.
AOA Rogue got that mullet on too. Oh,
Nice.
yes, please.
The
Hey,
kinds
yo.
of books that made even the top 25 in this year, I feel like this is definitely a point where we can stop and compare. Compare these books being on the list to today. All right. So Walking Dead and We Stand on Guard
Yeah.
are the 13th and 14th best-selling books this month. We Stand on Guard. That was the Brian K.
Keep
Vaughan.
on.
Who was on art with that one?
That was Steve Scrose.
Yes.
Gross. That was fire. That's the fucking that's the America versus Canada war
Yeah.
book
That's right.
that ended up being sold out when the tariff shit was going on.
Yep.
That book, you couldn't even find it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we had a trade war with Canada instead.
Yep.
Dude. Good shit.
Crazy. But like, you got that, but then you have Invader Zim.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I remember this book coming out. I was hyped for it.
Who's
That's
on
out of
that?
Oni Press.
Yes.
Which
I don't even know what that is.
Wait, you don't know Invader Zim?
No.
Do you know
Stop.
the property of Invader Zim?
No.
The cartoon?
You ever go to a Hot Topic in 2007?
No.
Word.
Okay, well, that explains it.
Wow. Who's on this?
I have it
one?
up on the screen now. Yeah, I'm curious to see who the creative team was. I wonder if it was the original creator. Because he did like Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and all that stuff.
Joan Vasquez. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, same guy.
Yeah. Yep, I remember that being a big deal because he was coming back to comics to do Zim.
That's insane.
Yeah, I remember getting I feel like the first few issues of this one.
Yeah, same. I was big into
Oh.
Zim. Zim was fun. It was a Nickelodeon show, Sean, from a comic creator who did like early like Dark Horse books, I believe.
Yeah, I know Johnny the Homicidal Maniac was all right.
It was for a type of person, you know. It was like
Yeah, yeah.
Emily the Strange too back then. That's actually how I got into Umbrella Academy because they kind of were all Dark Horse. Dark Horse had an early grip on goth and emo kids with their books.
Yeah, it's like a Coraline vibes.
Sure, yeah, except not by a scumbag.
Well,
You guys are talking shit that I have no idea about right now.
Yo,
Johnny the Homicidal Maniac?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Squee. Yeah, Squee was good too.
The fuck is that?
Squee, that sounds familiar.
I think it's the same creator.
Squee.
Oh, he was a character in Invader Zim,
That's bugged out.
right? Oh, maybe
Um,
different.
But then you had Star Trek Green Lantern
Oh,
#1 from IDW. That's crazy.
That I don't remember.
I remember
And
that.
then a Valiant comic snuck into the top 25, Book of Death #1. So the reason why I'm harping on this is because one thing I can say I feel is a little different now than today, and you know, push back if you feel differently, but I don't know that I think that something like an Invader Zim would make a list today. And I'm not even sure on the indie side of things if a We Stand on Guard would make the list. Like, some of these things just don't feel like they could compete today. What do you guys think?
I think an Invader Zim, it banks on kind of nostalgia. The Star Wars of the time, like 100% was a ramp up. But I would say something like We Stand on Guard now, especially earlier this year, that perfectly would launch now and be lauded, I think. But it's definitely smaller things like um, yeah, like a Zim, like IP stuff wouldn't have. Book of Death, I remember popping off, but I was never one to pick one up.
I also think that specific month, July 2015, is a little tricky to compare because I remember Battle World being a big jumping off point for people. Like, sure, the numbers were there for books, um, but how do I like match a book like this one has? Geez, like an 18.1 Amazing Spider-Man, Spider Island, A Force, like those are coming out when now we have Batman, Spider-Man, Transformers. You know, like those are in the same similar spots, and we also don't have numbers exactly for units anymore, which is kind of a pain. But those IP books still come out, and they do pretty well for like number ones still. Like Thundercats number one doing pretty good. Um, Powerpuff Girls number one about a year ago at this point, doing pretty good. So those IP books are still there, and I think even more so now. I think now they're doing the shotgun approach with it. They're like, all right, which IP? Like they're doing more than just Invader Zim. They're spraying every Hanna-Barbera character out there to see if there's some fandom there that can at least get it to justify the creation of the book.
Um, yeah, I guess. It's interesting. Uh,
Mm. Uncaged is Beneath the Trees. I mean, there's space for it. There's
Yeah.
space for those kind of books.
Beneath the Trees, definitely. I don't know. I feel like this is a space where the 2015 is a time where we're a lot closer to the image boom than we are today, and I think still some of that shine
Sure.
was in that space. And so when I see a
Mm.
book like We Stand on Guard on this list, I think about that. The name Brian K. Vaughan. I mean, Brian K. Vaughan isn't launching new number ones, but if he did, I'm sure it would sell.
Sure.
But at this time, the name Brian K. Vaughan rang out. So that makes sense to me. Um, Book of Death, I don't even know what that is. Invader Zim, I'll grant you, is just not something that I'm familiar with, but I'll grant you just not knowing about it. And so that's, fair game. Um, a lot of the newer IP books, though, like, Uncaged brings up Herculoids. Like, that's not doing sales damage. Thundercats definitely has some of the ones that we're getting now are doing quite well. And for me, the biggest difference with some of those IP books is that we're starting to, well, we've been seeing really high quality
Sure.
creators on those books, which makes it more than just a number one pop. It makes it something that people are actually like into.
Which is why I think Invader Zim popped off back then too, because the original creator was back.
Mm.
So
Mm.
that I don't think if it's just Joe Schmo who writes backup issues for Amazing Spider-Man writing it, I don't think it hits that number even back then. But yeah, we're definitely like even Powerpuff Girls launching with Kelly Thompson. Sure, she didn't stick around for it, but launching with big names that are huge at the time, big.
Well, I think also the current tactic now is not inundate the audience with your books, but definitely have a robust publishing line. You can think of Energon with all the things that are kind of tying together, but I'm thinking of Godzilla. Godzilla's everywhere.
Yeah.
IDW, Marvel, Dark Horse, probably, right? There's a
Where's the IP even going at this point?
but the fact that you could every time that we do pals polls or pals preview, we're like, oh, and this Godzilla book, like I think that's worked to have people in that mindset so that when the new things that launch, we're a bit more activated and ready to be, I guess, accepting of it. And you have the crossovers with Marvel that help you tag along to the success of those books and off the strength of those IP.
Something that I think, we haven't brought up yet that is pretty important to this conversation is digital comics.
Yeah.
In 2015, we're just 4 years, I think, off of DC going day and date digital, and what a big deal that was. And there was a lot of there were a lot of people very concerned about what that would do. Digital is still not digital today is bigger than digital was then. And digital today is somewhere in the space of 10% of the market. Um, I think there are more digital comics readers now than there were back then. And today we have no way to account for that number.
Hmm.
Like, we don't know how many sales of, let's say, Batman #1 went to digital. How, like, is that another 100,000? Is that another 50? Like, what is that? We have no idea.
They were still trying to, in 2015, figure out how to drive people to digital. The idea of digital was still a question mark. I think they still had the redemption codes, though. Did they have those, or was that all new, all different that introduced those?
I don't know if we were quite there yet with the redemption
Sure.
codes. I think they might have been doing the VR stuff.
Or Vive, yeah.
That shit was annoying.
VR.
Vive.
Yeah.
They remember it was like they had Vive A-Force I saw when I was looking up A-Force covers.
Yeah, I remember the Vive, but there was a VR thing that you could do where you could, like, I forget how it worked. I never used it because I don't care about gimmicks, but there was some VR shit that Marvel was
The AR.
AR,
The augmented
yes.
reality. Yeah.
Yes. Everybody was doing. Oh my god, there was a moment where like every comic was doing that.
I gotta say, I thought that shit was pretty neat.
I feel like some of the indie books try to take advantage of it. You could like, it's a sci-fi book, right? So like, oh, we're scanning the schematics for something, and you can kind of put your phone up and whatnot.
I remember it was Ed McGuinness and Jeff Loeb's Nova where I brought my iPad up to it, and then it animated the page so he was flying. And I remember doing that
Whoa.
as a demo when at the Marvel booth at New York Comic Con.
Wow. Damn, I actually never fucked with it.
Like,
Never ever.
fuck with it and you didn't like it, or you never tried it?
No, I never even tried it.
I thought it was pretty neat, and then they just stopped using it. Was the issue? Like when it first launched, like there was some cool shit with it. It
Yeah.
was like, yes, you're reading the physical comic, and it makes you want to read that. But then you get an additional where it's like, oh, let's animate that comic, but you're still seeing the comic because you're looking at it through your phone's camera, or your phone's camera.
Yeah.
But it animates the page. Or sometimes it would even do a video that would be overlaid on the panel that would have sound and stuff too.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Now
I
we
think
get Red Band.
Yeah, when gimmicks were cool, right?
I think the digital aspect is a good point. And it's interesting that you say that that before that there wasn't day and date. My only experience with digital comics has been day and date because I came in so much later. So to think of that as not being an option, and I think there's a good point there that accounts for quite a bit of the audience because I've transitioned from a physical to a mostly digital. It's only now that I'm kind of like flip flopping between the two depending on the week. But I think with Comixology going away, with some of the other ways to access books kind of it being difficult, and we're still trying to find like the singular vendor to be able to do that, there's probably also a number of people who have dropped off of it. And I think the companies have been doing a relatively good job of trying to get people back into store. So I wonder if, in addition to the people who are digital only, you now have a subset of people like me that flip between either one at convenience.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting to look at the difference between Kurt Wildshut says congrats on your transition.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Still in progress.
Kurt Wildshut says through the 2010s, creators like Kelly Sue DeConnick made a focused effort to get kids and women into comic shops, and then that audience fell off once Marvel went relaunch crazy. I don't know if it's fair to blame that audience falling off on Marvel doing relaunches. I think that a lot of, I mean, look, with anything, right? When you have a mass influx of people, some of them are going to jump off, whatever it is. You know, look at the WNBA. The WNBA had a massive surge of popularity, and a lot of that has died down because so many people came to it due to something that doesn't have anything to do with their inherent love of the game. Um, I don't know that Marvel is the place to be for a lot of those people who came into the space. And Kelly Sue DeConnick has done a lot more to make indie comics what it is today and make fans of that space than Marvel or DC. I mean, outside of what she did with Captain Marvel, I would say. Like, I'm not trying to take away from her influence in the big two space. I'm just saying I think her influence is a lot more powerful outside of it.
And Kurt clarified. He said, to be clear, that's me recounting what the criticism was at the time. I agree that it's more complicated.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, Amin brings up a good point about the day and date. Are we talking DC day and date on Global Comics? Oh, sorry, that was Atomic Count. That's a fair point. Like, vendors are slowly trying to make that possible. I haven't yet tried Neon Ichiban. They just released the V2 of the beta. I have access to it. I haven't purchased anything there yet because I don't know how, if there's a reader as part of it. I need to do an experiment, kind of like testing it. But people are trying to figure this out. Omnibus went away. I thought that was the next solution, but it's hard to integrate day and day comics for digital, and I just don't understand why.
When you say you don't understand why, do you mean like why the publishers don't play ball or
Right, because I remember when we were in Comic Con. We went to the Global Comics launch. There was like a party. Maybe I had gone to that. But there was a conversation happening about, at that time, they still were in negotiations to have DC things on Global Comics. They're very protective of the books, and I don't understand why you wouldn't, as a company, want that mass distribution across different platforms. I imagine there's different rates and you get paid off of different rates, but I would imagine you would want to diversify that if you were DC, because Kindle and Comixology has kind of gone away. Now it's just the Kindle piece. Like, multiple environments seems like it would be a better option, the same way you have multiple stores or comic shops to sell your product.
yeah, that's an interesting point, and I'm not sure. I don't have for some reason I don't have any nuanced thoughts about that, but that is a good point that I think is worth thinking about. I used to have a very anti day and date digital perspective, probably closer to when we started this show, but I don't care. I think it's fine, and I think it's been proven that comic book readers know what they want. Like,
Yeah.
they know how they want to. I'm not saying we know what we want story wise. I'm saying we know how we want to read comics.
Right.
I know that I want to read them physically. That has nothing to do with anybody else. It's very personal for me, and I'm happy for everybody else who gets their comics however they get them, as long as they're happy getting them that way. And every way you can get comics should be accessible. Although I will say that I think going physical only with the Deadpool Batman #1, which just dropped this Wednesday, uh, it's good for retailers. It's leaving money on the table. There's no doubt about that. But it is good for shops. And I hope that it sees an influx of people going to shops to get comics this week and for weeks to come.
Oh, especially for Bat. Oh, that's a great point. Especially for Batman Day.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Great timing.
Patel Philippe with the 5 CAD. Do y'all collect Silver Age? Never hear y'all talking about it. If so, why? If not, why not?
I don't think any of us would be considered a comic book collector. We're readers. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, let's address it as if he said, "Do you read Silver Age?" Because he probably means, "Do we engage with that material at all?"
Honestly,
Not really.
no. Yeah, the most I have a Adam Strange, Strange Adventure Omnibus of Silver Age specifically. Like, there's very few flavors, and they're very far and few in between that I'm interested in kind of working my way back. Uh, Maybe the OG Spider-Man stuff, that's like the only other flavor. X-Men.
For me, it's more of historical context and artistic context. I don't care much to read it. It's just not my style of writing that I care much for. If I had the money, I'd be a collector for sure. But I ain't got that kind of money on me. I have some Silver Age stuff from my dad's old collection, and the occasion, no, I've never bought Silver Age for myself.
Patel, I spend uh a lot of time hanging out with and talking to people from the near mint condition space. So like obviously Omar, but also Jess, Crisis, people like this. And they're very much into Silver Age comics. So because of that, and because of certain people on this channel, like Atomic Hound, Dan Trudeau, I feel like I've got more Silver Age on the brain than ever before.
Hmm.
And I end up being asked to read certain things, or I have to read them for deep dives and stuff like that. So I'm coming around more and more to that era. And I still haven't found like this is what I love from that era. Like outside of Amazing Spider-Man, I still haven't found those books, but I have read pieces here or there that I enjoyed. So if you have, I'd love to hear, Patel, what is your recommendation? Like what when you look back at that time, what are the books that you think people haven't checked out that they need to? Let me know.
In order of Dylan here has a good point. I would love to go back and read Silver Age, but I have too many comics to read now and the comics from the past 20 years. The trappings of the inundation of good work over the years.
It's a good point.
Oh, Matt
Yeah.
Fisher's here.
Fucking
Hey,
yelling.
dropping $4.99 on us and says, quick answer, it's not better. The indie side had amazing titles coming out every month. DC was riding on the rebirth high, and Jonathan Hickman had Secret Wars. Okay, so let's get our facts right. Rebirth was definitely not in 2015. The indie side of things, I guess that's subjective, but I'm not going to argue with you on that. I think I'm probably. Am I enjoying indie more now or then? That's a toughie.
Then
2000,
back in the day, 2015.
2012 would have been peak for me.
Hell yeah, dude. That's all I was reading.
Yeah.
There was literally
yeah.
maybe 3 DC comics, Swamp Thing, and something else.
But then from there, it became like, I'm going to follow creators. And I'd follow their indie work, but it wouldn't be as much.
But, dudes, the indie books that were coming out in 2012 were still coming out in 2015.
Yeah, and I was still reading them.
Yeah, so that's the question.
Well, I was reading a lot of other stuff, though.
I hear you, but let me answer. The question is, were indie comics better in 2015 than they are now?
No. Not better.
They felt shinier in 2015. But they are, I think the quality is only ever good or great.
I'd argue with even some of Remender's newer stuff is better than the stuff he was writing back then.
I don't know. Deadly Class, Low.
I still have
those
read
had
Low.
me.
I know I've read Low.
Those had me in a chokehold. And then Velvet. There were so many great indie. Man, I might have to agree with you, Matt, on that.
Fade Out.
Fade
Out was later on.
Fade Out was 2014, 2015?
No.
I'm pretty sure. I mean,
really?
When else?
Yeah.
It couldn't have been too much later.
It wasn't too much later, you're right. 2014 to 2016. Okay. Yeah, right.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of Killer to Be Killed, which is later.
That was later.
But even then, like Brubaker was constantly that was even before I was reading comics. Brubaker was putting out indie books that were pretty consistent.
Before you were reading comics?
When did Criminal start?
Oh, that
That
was
that's
what years?
probably what
6,
2007, 2006.
2006. Yeah,
Yeah, so not before you started reading
I
comics.
think right around when I started, but before I recognized it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with you, Matt. But it's an interesting point you bring up.
Luna says
Um,
if comparing 2015 to 2025, I was only reading Batgirl, Supergirl, and Catwoman, so I guess nothing changed.
yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
you got taste.
Rob with the 699 CAD. Marvel as a whole hasn't had as strong of a direction post Secret Wars. The X-Men line popped off, but that's it in terms of wider lines. You, Rob, just brought us to our next subject. But before we get into that, before because I want to evaluate Marvel then versus now. So let's hold that thought for one moment, because I do want to celebrate our sponsors, which are you guys. I want to take an opportunity to celebrate you guys, the people that make this possible over on patreon.com/ the comics pals. Those of you who support us over there at a certain tier or higher get access to a nickname, a superhero or supervillain nickname, and a shout out on this show every week, and an origin story for your character. I'm going to be presenting a new origin today. I'm very excited to do that. But in the meantime, special shout out to our pals vs. Legends, the Hound of Justice, Atomic Hound, Starcross, Catherine Stars, the Spear of Judgment, Jace Jumble, Jalen Jackson, the Sanguine Sorcerer, Safe Haven, Hayden's Hideout, Jesse and the Juggernaut, Kyle, Entertain Me, Panda v Panda, Ted Wong, and rejoining us, Adam Smith. Thank you for re-upping with us, Adam.
Hey, Adam Smith the
Uh,
best and
Bernie
Bernie
the
the best
best.
boy. Hell
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I think he might want to redo on that origin, but reach out to me, Adam, and if you do, we'll get that done for you. And then I want to thank Pals vs. members, the Night Stalker, Harris Stajinsky, Brian Demolisher, Pozo, Kefis the Incorruptible, Momentum Mike Elliott, Dan the Truth Trudeau, Marley Manistorm, Slow Flow Dameron, Christian Uncaged, Always Laughing, The Spirit of Justice, Izzy's Issues, Robert Runback, Cashaback, Pete the Dream River Collins, James, Just Jamming Jones, Paul, Powerhouse Smith, Neon Knight, The Cosmic Avenger, Matthew, The Shade, Cosmo, BJ Cakes, The Living Blade Boss Deer, The Grand Alchemist, Chop Harder Alchemist, John Barrier B, and Doomsday David Melendez Doria. If you did not hear your name, and you're supposed to, you will a little bit later. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate you guys. Patrick Zay with the 9.99 to the best pals of the world. Can't wait to hear y'all talk about the absolute Batman news. Uh, we're not.
Dun
We're
dun
not.
dun.
We don't really get into solicits. It's not our bag, really.
Yeah, like unless it was like something ridiculously major. I assume you're talking about the Joker solicit stuff, which,
Is that in the Arkham special?
yeah,
We'll
Arc
get to it.
M special.
yeah,
Drawn by Joshua Hickson.
that's nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good shit.
yeah.
Fuck.
That's good shit. It's just, there's a lot to do on the show, and
We'll get to that when it's out.
yeah, yeah. But thank you, Pat. Appreciate you, dude. We outside, aren't we? Come on
Hey.
now. That's your. How did you not include that in
we're
your
inside.
super chat? That's your tagline. That's your tagline. Tyler, you know what?
Yeah.
We owe some wheel spins. Why don't we drop
Spin?
one now?
Let's drop it. Well, I don't want to drop it. It's metal. Let's see what we got here. Can we hear that? You hear that? It is. Ah, god damn it, Marco! You got a minute.
Ooh,
Oh.
Marco's minute.
Oh,
Let's
can I give him a topic?
Sure.
Marco, I want to hear a minute about what your day to day was working on Comic Vine.
Oh my god.
What drove you to do this? What compulsion?
Compulsion? Okay, I got it.
So let's go back to 2015, Marco. Let's get there.
Yeah. Let me know. Should I go?
Yeah.
All right. Compulsion, I'd call it obsession. I was obsessed with everything that was going on in the world of Swamp Thing. I went back even to, I want to say, older issues of the stuff that I was reading, of like the Alan Moore things, like update. I just felt like I needed to keep up with the comics in a way that made sense for my brain, and that was to catalog the inner workings of what was going on in any given issue. I looked back, I made it up till about issue 12, and then I guess I was updating other comics as well, but I needed to write about it. I needed to share this obsession, and I was so excited that Swamp Thing was on the stands and that people were, I guess, commenting and reading, and that was very early interactions for me. And so I appreciated the community that I felt like I was kind of fostering a little bit, and I was getting to just spiel about the thing that I thoroughly enjoyed.
Very nice. Very nice. Look, none of that surprises me. It's not even a remote surprise that you would do something like that. And we need people like you. Somebody's got to do that shit. It ain't gonna be me.
Well, I don't know if I need, but I appreciate you.
And that's what it felt like. I was putting in the hard work. Who else? Who else would do it?
Monster Design said, "Who up swamping their thing?"
Hey yo.
Mm. We're halfway to the goal in the chat. You guys are getting us there. So 5 more super chats to go to get us over the hump. Hopefully we make it. We've never missed a GOAT game yet, so that is purely up to y'all.
And-
But let's talk about the Marvel side of things.
Yeah.
Look, I feel like this isn't even fair, okay? Because 2015 for Marvel was just so fun and interesting. I had a great time with it. Is someone trying to join the group, Marco?
It shouldn't be. It should be open. They should just
To be
pop
open?
in.
All right, cool. Cool. So we'll be joined soon by our guest. But yeah, like you have the Star Wars stuff, you have Secret Wars, you have Renew Your Vows. Like there's so many interesting things happen. Like for me, the Civil War
Really?
tie-in
Huh.
to Secret Wars, I was like high off that book. That's how good that book was to me. I couldn't believe it. Like that's fuck a Civil War 2. That's
Wow.
my Civil War 2.
It's funny. I didn't like that.
Oh,
I dropped it right away. I heard the first issue, like it's not for me. I think we probably liked wildly different things during Battle World.
yeah, I mean, I was only really interested in this one, maybe House of M, but I didn't care that much for this, all this
Dude.
Battle World stuff.
But, so can you say Marvel was really hot if you're only buying their real flagship books, which is 2, and then maybe a third?
No, I didn't say that. I was buying a shitload of Marvel books. I just wasn't buying a ton of the Battle World tie-ins. But that's not the only thing that was happening in Marvel in 2015. I loved what was happening in Invincible Iron Man. That was an incredible book.
Yeah, that's post. Yeah,
I was loving that. Obviously, all the Star Wars stuff. Guardians were kind of interesting at this time. All New, All Different Avengers was my shit. Uncanny Avengers was wrapped up just before Secret Wars started, I believe. There was a lot of Mighty Thor was 2015. There was a lot of good Marvel stuff at this time.
I'd always heard about it because I was in the space in the community, and it was always like, oh, these are the books to read, right? Like those are my interactions, but I was never pulled in, and I think it was because I was trained as a reader at the time to get the volume ones, and Marvel is terrible about that.
See,
To get the volume 1 of this, to get the volume 1 of that, and like, is it the same series? But sometimes it picks up off the back of something else, and so it was always confusing, and that made it harrowing.
for me, I always like conflate this in my head because in my mind, I always think of Secret Wars and Battle World being a majority of 2015, and I think it is, because right in June, I believe, was New York Comic Con Special Edition, which I know we've talked about. One of my favorite conventions I've ever went to.
Yep.
It was like a comic exclusive convention on the pier, run by the New York Comic Con crew. And that's when they announced all those all new different ones. I remember Bendis was there announcing Invincible Iron Man. It was like, oh, Bendis is on Iron Man. That's huge. But it wasn't until October for New York Comic Con proper that those books started coming out. So I always forget that's 2015 that this starts. Because the majority of it was Secret Wars era stuff. It was a lot of build up to that or the ending of a lot of things into Battle World, which is the non-existence of a lot of titles. But then the relaunch in October of that year kind of gets 2016 out on a good foot.
Yeah. I mean, Miss Marvel debuted for the first time ever in 2015. Fucking all
Really?
new Wolverine, which was such a good book. That's the Tom Taylor Wolverine. All new Hawkeye.
No,
There was a lot of fire.
Miss Marvel was earlier than that.
Okay. I'm looking at maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe this is the relaunched.
I think it's the
Miss
relaunch.
Marvel?
Yeah.
It's G. Willow Wilson. Yeah, it's the relaunch. Yeah, Miss Marvel #1. I had a blast with Marvel in 2015. Now, Marvel today, Marvel of 2025, very different place. Very different place. And we've got One World Under Doom, which is the big mainline attraction. Secret Wars, One World Under Doom. To me, One World Under Doom might as well not exist, whereas Secret Wars is probably Marvel's best event ever. Both focused on Doom, very different approaches. I think I was probably reading somewhere in the neighborhood of like let's say 60 to 70% of what Marvel was publishing. Today I'm probably reading 20 to 30% of what Marvel's publishing.
Wow. Yeah. That's a precipitous drop.
Hey, all new, all different. I was definitely reading a lot more percentage-wise of stuff once that relaunch happened. I did not read a lot of the tie-ins during Battle World. I read select things, but that all new, all different relaunch, I was definitely reading a ton. I'd be curious to know what percentage of Marvel I'm reading right now. Because, like, Sean, they're definitely putting out more books now than back then, right?
I would be willing to bet that it's almost the exact same amount of comics. Marvel's strategy has never really changed. They just flood the market. I would be surprised if it was more today than it was.
Is there any way to check that?
Tyler, here's what you do. You start typing up a list. Okay, you already read your books alphabetically.
I'm out.
Take a picture. Take a picture.
No.
I'll do it. Math?
Miss me with that.
Jasper Eddy wants to know, what is the best Battle World tie-in for you guys? Again, for me, it was Civil War.
I really enjoyed Where Monsters Dwell. It was Garth Ennis and Frank Cho just doing a war book with dinosaurs.
Wow, that's crazy.
And I really enjoyed Weird World, which was Jason Aaron and Mike Del Mundo, which dealt with like Christ Star and I forget. He kind of looks like Khazar. Kill Raven, I think, is in that possibly.
Yeah, I feel like the Marvel of today is just like a lot of the books feel like they're just books that are coming out rather than books with a point. I mean, I'm looking right now at what month is this? This is November of 2015. Star Wars Vader Down, fire. #2 best-selling book behind Dark Knight 3 Master Race. Nothing was going to beat that. That shit sold 440,000 copies.
That's #1,
I like
right?
this.
Yeah.
I like that series.
I loved it.
Oh, Marco likes a Master Race, huh?
The book.
Vader Down was the #2 best-selling book at 384,000 copies sold.
Wow.
That was a phenomenal comic book. You have, I mean, X-Men was to me a disaster at this time, but stuff like All New Wolverine, Mighty Thor, like I said, Amazing Spider-Man. This was I believe the new Dan Slott Giuseppe Camuncoli era, which I was obsessed with these books. If I'm right and this is that era, I was obsessed with this era.
Sean, do you want to? You're looking at November's list, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to read what number 28 was?
Number 28 was Howard the Duck.
Hell yeah. Love that shit.
That's decent. It's outsold Invincible Iron Man, which was the issue 3 of that. So
That's big. This was Chip coming into the big 2 around this time too. After doing Sex Criminals, which is kind of his real breakout book with Matt Fraction.
I just feel like so many of these books were interesting and about something and had, characters that were compelling. Whereas now I just don't feel the same way. And it could be me. It could be a nostalgia bias. I don't think it is, because I was there then and I'm here now. And I remember really loving this stuff, and I'm really not loving what I'm reading today. I don't know.
It's funny seeing some of the writers though that was big on the 2015 Marvel relaunch. Al Ewing, Chip Zdarsky, Mark Waid. Wonder where those guys went. Oh wait, they're still the big names.
Yeah, and that's comics.
Yeah,
that's comics. Shit. The big name in 2005 relaunching the Avengers was Bendis.
Yep.
The six. Wait, where is it at? Uncanny X-Men. This is the Bendis era. It's 20 years later. We still got Bendis. So, and we're 30 years later from 2005, nearly. And we're still loving Bendis. So, hopefully in 2020, hopefully in 2035, we've still got Bendis writing comics that we love.
Bendis comes back to Marvel.
Yes.
Marvel can do their Bendis is coming ad.
Yeah.
Did he? I don't remember if he said that on the air or off the air. I'll leave it alone.
Sure.
Entertain me with the 5 spot. 2015, if you remember, pals, was the end of the original Ultimate Universe. Now the current one is ending in 2025. Well, entertain me. Let's not put the cart before the horse. We don't know that it's ending.
It's end game for this story. End game does not mean the end of the universe.
Yeah. Luna, I kind of wish I read Marvel in 2015. Yeah, but Luna, the beautiful thing about the world today is you can read Marvel in 2015 in 2025.
Go back. Got the Marvel app. Got Global Comics.
I do want to reread that Ultimates run by Al Ewing and Kenneth Rocafort. I never got to. I just wasn't reading it at the time.
DV says people who were reading Miss Marvel or Mighty Thor or Mighty Avengers left and never came back. Why? What do you mean? What gives you that impression? Do you think that the comics industry shifted away from those people, or like what is the implication?
I wonder if he means that because Lady Thor, Jane Foster was after Secret Wars. I thought he meant like possibly with Miss Marvel, reading Miss Marvel. Secret Wars happens, upends the line, and they just lost the thread once that happens, because it doesn't then get another #1 until October, November.
I mean, yeah, maybe that's what he means. I've seen a lot of people in the chat talking about how Secret Wars was also a jumping off point for people. And look, yes, there's no way around that being the truth. But at the same time, does it mean it was a mistake? Like, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it made Secret Wars feel important and stand out and relevant. And I think newer readers who might not understand what that, like what was happening or what that meant, I can understand them being lost. But I think they were serving books for every kind of person at this time. I really do. More so then than now.
I will say though that once All New Different hit, and as much as I liked All New All Different Avengers, Mark Waid and was that Who was on art on that one? I forget. But the Avengers did lose their motor, I feel, with that relaunch. Like Avengers was the driving factor behind Secret Wars and all of that, both Mighty and New, or Avengers and New. And then once we get that, it's like, oh, they're just fighting villains again, and they have young characters on the team, and it's more of a siloed Avengers book at this point. And I think that continues going forward after All New, All Different. But we have a whole video on that. So
You said Avengers, right? All
Yep.
New, All Different. Mahmoud Rar,
Mahmoud Asrar.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mark Waid.
Yeah. That's when Miss Marvel. Who else joined the team? Miles joined the team, right? Did Nova join as well? I think it was Sam.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was like a merging of the champions, and it was kind of a continuation of Wade's champions in a way.
Yo, the Ultimates was fire. Oh, that was such a good book. The Secret Wars tie-in. That was a great one. DV follows up. Lady Thor runs 8 issues, brings in new readers, and then disappears for months. Miss Marvel's original series runs 14 or so issues. Squirrel Girl and Howard the Duck had 2 number ones in the same year.
I do remember the Howard Duck part. Yeah.
That's fair, I guess.
Like there's not
You guys
staying.
have conflated a lot after Secret Wars with before Secret Wars. Okay, so I mean, I just don't really get what, like, so you're saying that Marvel doing Secret Wars alienated a lot of readers who were reading things that started before Secret Wars, and then they left the industry. Is that the idea? I don't, again, I don't blame Marvel for that. Like there are other comics that exist. If let's say a person was only reading those books that you talk about, right? Let's say they were only reading Squirrel Girl, Miss Marvel, and Thor. That's it. And then Secret Wars happens, and those books are put on pause, and then they come back after Secret Wars is over. Do you really think that Marvel lost anything significant by people who only were reading a couple of books not keeping up or understanding how comics work? I don't. There are always going to be people who drop off of anything for any reason. I don't think that's, I don't know. I don't see that as a real critique.
Like, and then you're saying that would have a strong impact losing those individuals, or not, I guess.
I don't think it's a strong impact.
Yeah.
It's just probably not enough people. DV says, I think replacing the entire line with Secret Wars was a mistake, and so was Convergence. Convergence was a mistake because it sucked, but it was a necessity for DC, in their mind, because they were making a big move. What are you going to do? For the Marvel side of things, I think, I mean, how do you know it was a mistake?
For that, like the Secret Wars, I was reading Secret Wars, I was loving it. But Battle World and War Zones, right? That was the other kind of title stuff, was a jumping off point for me. I read a significantly less on those months. That being said, All New All Different was a jumping on point for me. So I was able to jump back in on there a lot. I can imagine there being a lot of people, though, who jumped off and that was it. But I was reading significantly less books because of that at Marvel.
But I think that's the nature of including some sort of event, right? Is you're going to have that effect.
Yep.
But it was different. That's the thing. Because the whole line was upended. Everything was not being published at the time.
Not everything.
But it was very few and far between.
But even then, right? Then there's a matter of people will still hop back on after the fact. Like you break that out into like 4 cohorts, right? People who stop reading outright, people who take a break and come back, people who are new and jump in on all new, all different, or people who have had previously been reading, paused, and then jump back in. Like it doesn't matter, I feel like, because ultimately the numbers will either stay flat and they just kind of fluctuate in between those moments.
Hey,
Look
we are
who it
joined by our
is.
guest today, Gavin
Hey,
Guidry.
And then jump back in. Like it doesn't
Technological.
matter,
Okay.
Cluster.
No worries.
All right, there we go. Good Lord, dude. I'm on my iPad because my computer refuses to restart. So it is
You've been having a day.
whole thing. And then also, my background, I was trying to figure out a way around blurring it, but I can't. I've got sensitive materials that are too sensitive.
Are-
Unfortunately, I got
Hanging about.
character designs for my next series right here. So I mean, it's a cool thing, but I was hoping to like slightly, have it out of focus, but unfortunately, no. And then this stupid iPad follows me around.
I kind of like it.
wherever I
There's
move.
cinematography to
And
your camera.
It's hilarious.
So annoying. I did a fantasy football draft, and Ricardo Lopez Ortiz had his set up.
Oh,
But seemingly it was on his computer. I don't know what he was doing, but we were laughing because the entire time we were drafting, it kept like slow panning on his face in and out. All right.
That's what you get now. You make fun of someone, and now it happens to you.
Right. I
Yeah.
eat my own words now. Anyway, I'm immensely sorry. Usually at some point early in the morning, I have children on top of me, but today, for every now and then, they don't. And for some reason today, they don't. And I just overslept. So I am here.
Good for you.
And as far as the main question, yes, the comic industry is in a better place because now I'm in it.
there it is.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. I love it. You came in, you made the point, and now we just move on.
Also, I will say this. We were talking now, almost a year ago with Thundercats coming out, and then there was a string of books, number ones, that were doing really, really well, right? And then the Absolutes, and then Hush, too. The first issue sold a lot. Batman number one sold 500,000 copies. That's bonkers, and also not a thing that I could see happening, at least in the last decade. So I'm sure there's a part of it that is speculative and variance and all this stuff, but just the fact that there's people willing to spend that much money on comics right now in general is surprising, and I think a good thing comparatively.
So you're on the comics industry is better now than it was a decade ago train.
As someone who loved so many of those books, it was like locked in. I think so. Personally, I think it's kind of a two-sided question, though, right? It's the industry as a machine, and then the stories being told therein. Yep. So, and obviously, like, man, we were there when you had New Avengers, and then leading into the New Warriors, blowing up school, and then Civil War on this side, and then you had Identity Crisis leading into Infinite Crisis, leading into 52 over there. It was amazing. It was a great, insane, and then leading into the GL stuff. It was a great time to be reading both companies at the same time. And I don't think it's nostalgic license to say that, but I feel like I love what DC is doing. Obviously, I said that years ago before they started throwing money at me. I was hoping to be where I am with them because of, I was loving what they were doing. And then, I think Marvel's doing some stuff that's exciting, but like, I understand what you guys say, where it feels like they're kind of, there's not as much of a driving, I don't want to say edict, but there doesn't seem to be like a connective tissue, right? Kind of driving things. But just like I said, on the machine side of it, the fact that some books are able to do as well as they're able to do now makes me hopeful. And there's any number of factors that could be involved, and who knows, maybe James Gunn big upping comics as much as he is, and Compact's coming out, maybe is helping get a little bit more people involved. but like in an era where everything else is getting super expensive and people are having a harder time buying what they want, the fact that, you know, we're still able to see some sales going through, I think is great, and hopefully it continues. Obviously, we have an infinite number of corners to turn in that respect, where things can get darker and deeper. But hopefully, comics can kind of like weather that storm. And seeing 500,000 copies for, I saw it was Jorge who posted it, and I was like, holy man, 500,000! Like just doing the royalty math on that, I like popped my head out and I was like to my wife, and I was like, holy crap, just in 1 month, that's crazy. I was like they deserve it. I mean, because Matt Fraction has done nothing but great stuff for a long time. And I mean, Jorge has been just steadily getting better and 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 better. And it's like you kind of, you know, you want to reward those guys who aren't getting stuck. You know, they're who constantly trying to get better and improve and do new things and try things out. And also, like, I read that first issue and I loved it, because it's a good tonal shift for me that's right in line with my shit. So I was hyped to see that happen for them.
Yeah, I mean, a book selling 500,000 copies today, I mean, it's just not that common. And I think Batman is probably one of two characters who can do that. That like, I wouldn't be like, I'd be shocked if you said a Hulk book sold 500,000 copies, but a Batman or a Spider-Man, it's like, okay,
right? Or like the Flash.
Yeah, like that. Like, okay, yes, I believe
If
that Batman,
anyone's gonna do it, it's them.
but it's still
Yeah.
something to celebrate, because we don't see that frequently.
Because the ceiling was really like 250, 275, kind of, and that, like, that's a really good number. So it's cool to see them double it.
Yep,
And
exactly.
then Absolute Batman just went back for like its 9th printing or something. I saw Scott talk about.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Who's
They
buying
sent-
those?
You'd be surprised, man. They sent back all the Absolute books for new reprintings. It's a juggernaut. It really is a super successful line that I think we'll be talking a lot about in the years to come. Like, historically, we'll be talking about it. We're living in the moment right now, but in 10 years, if this podcast is still around, it'll be the four of us talking about, you know, we'll be doing an Absolute Universe deep dive.
Yeah.
That's
look
scary
back.
Mm-hmm.
sounding.
So we're lucky to be joined by Gavin. Gavin, can you please inform us as to when your arc of JSA Year One, is going to be started?
Yes. November 5th is issue 13 will be part 1. I'm currently working on 16 right now. This is 15 on the wall. I've got 16 that I'm about a third of the way through right now. And you know, so I'll be on the second to last issue when the first issue drops. So we won't have any interruptions. Everything will come out nice and smoothly. We'll get our 6 issues told. And I think it'll be a lot of fun, because now that I'm kind of in the meat of it, Jeff, just like some of the characters he pulls in from lore, long forgotten things, it's really cool. And we actually had an issue where we had a character who was going to be in the book that is no longer in the book, because Mark Waid was like, oh man, you know, we just did the new history and we said that this character wasn't around at this point.
Oh.
So we were like, oh, balls. Like, we were off by like a year or two.
Wow.
And if they hadn't just published a book that said point blank no, it would have been fine. But I had to go in and patch a character. But I kind of am like more excited about who we patched in. And it's very few pages, so I didn't have to like a huge problem. But it's cool who's in this book now.
You put Marco in the book, right?
Easily.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was around in 1941.
It was one. It was
as a
the
as a DC
1940s Swamp
character.
Thing. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But no, it's cool, and you know, getting to play with there's a level of character that I don't want to say isn't like A-list or B-list or C-list. It's just there's a level of character that comic heads know,
Hmm.
you know, that like your general public doesn't. That like you get kind of excited about just based on the history of comics with them being involved. And our villain is kind of like that for me, where I was like, I don't really have like a big fandom for this character, but just like, oh crap, they're involved. That's kind of awesome considering the long scope of DC Comics,
Huh.
and I get to draw them, and it's kind of cool to play with those toys.
Damn.
But this next thing I'm doing is kind of crazy, and I actually have to get Jesse done a little bit quicker to make it work, schedule wise. But it's huge for me. It's not an absolute title. I I did have an absolute title that I wanted to pitch, but you know, if we have to put things aside, sometimes we have to put things aside because this opportunity was
Okay.
too good to pass up. But yeah, it's an interesting, busy, exciting time in my fortress of
Fortress.
solitude.
The life and
No,
time of
I
Gavin
pro-
Guidry.
That wasn't a hint. No, it's not Superman. I'm not going back to Superman. I hopefully soon, one day soon. But the next thing I'm doing, when they hired me for it, I was told we have around a year's worth of stories
Ooh.
already lined up. So theoretically, it's as close to an ongoing as they do nowadays that I'll be, you know, being able to get my hands on.
So you're doing Justice League
And
Detroit.
that's part of exactly.
Okay. Cool. Coming back.
Because they know if anybody in the comic industry knows Detroit, it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like with Gambit, they got to get me for Detroit.
Yeah.
Gavin,
My
look,
computer is still not restarted.
and that's exactly what I was going to say. I know you're having technical issues. These things happen. Everyone understands tech problems. So if the blur on your screen were to disappear for a moment in
Oh,
time,
yeah.
I mean, no one could blame you, you know?
Right.
Let's just get this episode
I
finished so
had to make
Gavin
sure.
can tell us off air.
I have to make sure I'm leaning this way so that it stays away from the character design. Oh no, it's pulling. No.
See? It
There
wants
we go.
us to know.
Even if it was
There
it
we go.
unblurred, I don't think we'd be able to tell. You're maybe us on the Zoom call might, but on the stream, it's too tiny. I'm sorry.
People could zoom in.
Yeah,
Just,
that's
Ooh,
that's
don't
what
do
I
that.
was hopeful of and thinking about. But like some of these pages are right behind me, especially
Okay.
this one right here is a big splash page.
Mm.
So I think it's like, you know, and the character's kind of obvious.
And you do everything traditionally, right? Like
Yeah, I mean, I pencil digital. I pencil on my iPad
okay.
with Clip Studio, and I print. I
Got it.
print on. I have a big wide format printer that I print onto the boards that they send me. Because you know, I have them send me their paper. Because A, it's free, and B, I still love the idea of like having like, you know, DC sending me unblur. Anyway,
Yeah, we can get the
it
idea.
says DC, you know, on it.
Cool.
they give
Having
they-
them send me their official paper, I still think like the nerd in me is like, you know. So I print onto those, and then I ink traditionally because A, it's an entire side income, but B, I do it because I love that part of the process. And while digital is faster, I approach digital the wrong way. A lot of the European and South American artists approach digital like it's a whole new medium. And I approach digital like, how can I make this look and feel like this?
Yeah.
So I have not been able to really make that work exactly the way I wanted to. But I'm taking this like amazing technology and I'm like, all right, be like paper and pen. Whereas a lot of artists are like, oh, blurs,
Yep.
flares, textures. We're going in with brushes in the shape of trees, so I don't have to draw trees. I can just go, and there's trees now. There's a lot of smart things that a lot of these artists are doing. And I'm doing none of those things because I'm a Luddite in the sense that I'm just old fashioned with the art side of it. So I still love the traditional feeling of inking, and then also like when you're finished with a book, the fleeting excitement and like that the feeling of like accomplishment, however fleeting it is like multiplied when it's a stack of pages versus like, man, that file folder is really full. It says 200 items. Amazing. So yeah, I kind of, I love that. But also there are drawbacks because now I have like 60 pounds worth of original art.
Pounds.
Like have to,
Jeez.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, this shit gets heavy. When I bring original art to shows, I bring only around 90 pages, and that's almost 20 pounds. It's about 15, 16 pounds
Jeez.
just by itself. So yeah, it adds up real quick. And that's not including any of what I have. Like I still have probably half of Superman Metal Curtain left. So I mean that's like 90 pages right there.
Oh wow, yeah.
So I'm sorry, I don't bring 90 pages. I bring 190 pages, about 190 to 200 pages. But yeah, it adds up really, really quick. So it's only 3 portfolios, 2.5 portfolios, and it's 16 pounds, 17 pounds. So when you have like 7 portfolios,
Oof.
yeah, it adds up quick.
That's a fat bag. Could be just a fat zip folder, but
And now I'm an idiot because I never even really worried about it. I mean, I like only worried about it like in a way that you're like, oh man, I hope nothing happens. Oh well. I would check my art when I flew, and Steve Lieber and Jeff Parker were like, "Fuck, are you insane? Like, what if they lose your suit? What if anything happens? You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff in there." And I was like, you guys are right. And I have been going on a year-long quest of having less shit with me in the airport itself, like my banner. But now I lug around 16 pounds of original art through the airport because they're right. They're very, very right that like, man, if something were to happen, they told me a story with an artist, a very, very prominent artist at DC that we all love. Really fun guy. And works with Tom King a bunch, works digitally, and then does some stuff traditionally. One time he was traveling and his suitcase had been opened and resealed. So he opened it and there was a note that said, "Hey man, cool art." And everything had been gone through and then not as carefully put back together. So some things were damaged. They were like bent.
That's
Fuck.
fucked.
Yeah. And I was like, ooh, that's a good point.
Wow, I
So
can't believe that happened to Mitch Gerrits.
But yeah, so I got it's oddly enough, I trying to find something that would fit a portfolio without being like an insanely excessive bag in terms of like getting something like a leather tote bag with 40 pockets. So I've got all this excess leather and snaps and heaviness from that. Oddly enough, DJ equipment. They sell totes for DJ equipment where you put like the main controller, they call it, in there. Those controllers are usually like 16 to 20 inches wide, about 10 to 15 inches deep, and they're tall. And they have these little bags that are just enough room for that. Oh, my computer turned on. Glorious. There's just enough room for that to go in, and it straps. You zip it up, and then there's like a little bit of pockets on the outside, and that's it. And so I just put my portfolios in there, strap that bad boy down, and I lug it around the airport like a dope. But at least I don't have to worry about finding a note in my suitcase one day being like, "Hey man, this is cool. Sorry, I fucked everything up though."
That would infuriate me. Jeez.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine how bad it is. I mean, I've even had a suitcase one time pop open on me. I bought a new suitcase on the cheap, not even crazy cheap, like $70, and I landed in New York actually, and the zipper had done a thing where it splits in the middle.
Yeah, happens to my pants
and
all
it
the time.
split all the way back around. So my suitcase was like this, and thankfully nothing came out as far as I knew. But I was like freaking out, and I had to And of course, when that happens when you're going out of town, it then means you have to go back home and just keep your fingers crossed. And then I got home that time and we just chucked that bitch, and I went and bought a new suitcase for like $200 because like I can't risk it. Like it's crazy that
It's insurance. Yeah.
Like quality test your stuff, guys. What the hell? But yeah. Anyway, sorry. Long story short, I have a lot of original art and I love it, but I don't love lugging it around. So if anyone ever wants me, feel free to take the weight off of me. I will not mind.
They can do that at gavingidry.com, yeah?
Yep. And in what is it now? Oh yeah, in like 3 weeks, New York Comic Con.
Yeah.
And then Baltimore Comic Con the very next week.
God. Yeah, 3 weeks out.
It's getting here in a hurry. It's like something, right? It's like way earlier than in my brain. I was thinking it was in the teens, and and when I looked to try and plan out my approach for this next issue, yes, it's the 9th. I was like, oh shit, I'm probably going to be scanning in my last batch of pages at the Kubert School, in between shows, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get everything done before I leave, and then I'm going to be gone for 10 days, almost 2 weeks, like 11 days. I fly out on a Wednesday. I don't come home until I fly out on the 8th. I don't come home until the 20th, which is like crazy. It's my first time doing that. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, damn. You would have to travel out to the Kubert School in order to scan?
They're 11 by 17 pages. So you would need to find a scanner that's a wide format scanner.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, I would be scanning in half and half. Then I would still need. So where's the place that I know has a wide format scanner and Photoshop and the internet? The Kubert School. And I was going to visit those guys anyway. So it's like, well, you know what? I might as well, if I need to, I can, I checked in. I can use their stuff because,
Gavin,
you gotta do stuff.
Dan Trudeau says, I'm looking to give myself a 50th birthday present in just over a week of Gavin Guidry art, figuring out what character I want a sketch of.
Cool. Yeah, and I know you've got deep knowledge. So feel free to go obscure if you want. But if you want like a Batman, I understand. Like drawing the Batman. I forgot to draw Batman for Batman Day, and I feel like a stooge, but I was too busy drawing Hawkman.
Well, look, and I know how much you love Hawkman, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad about it.
Now, the other thing, Gavin, that I have to say is, you got this computer in front of you that's running like shit. But I also happen to know that you are Mr. DC now. You're Mr. Two Switch now, dual wielding switches. You don't have comic books to throw at a new computer?
I do. I have been thinking about upgrading this one. My thing is, I just got this one. Although I guess now it's probably been about 5 years. It goes by quicker than you think.
Yeah.
It's probably time to do. I've been looking, but I've also kind of want to upgrade my iPad, and I kind of want to get a new phone because I've been holding on to my phone for a minute. So it's kind of a thing of like once I get through New York, I'll probably upgrade everything.
Okay.
So I could, but also kind of like, sometimes it's smarter to not just go crazy on it because that adds up so fast. Yeah. I mean, I buy Macs and then, they add up quick. And I think this next time I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to cut corners because usually I'll do cut, I'll add my own RAM later, and aftermarket RAM doesn't work as well because of the way that Apple has their stuff built, so that they kind of punish you for not just putting in their expensive RAM.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not. My problem is I went with a Fusion drive and not a full solid state drive, and it just takes so much longer to start the damn thing up than my old MacBook did. That was full solid state. But this was 5 years ago, so doing a solid state hard drive, especially at Apple prices, for anything near a terabyte was like just super expensive.
No, it's standard.
Yeah. So I think I'll upgrade it soon, but it's gonna end up being probably like $1,600, $1,700.
Yeah.
So I know it's not gonna be cheap.
I'll go for 2 seconds. I hear Sean pocket watching Gavin.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, nobody buys Apple products in September.
I mean,
you gotta wait. You gotta wait. That's when the announcements happen. Mostly phones, but
exactly. And I'm kind of hoping that they announce a new. That's why, like, it's like I don't want to get a new iPad now, which would be an upgrade. Absolutely, going from the M1 to the M4,
Yeah.
and then in 2 months they announce a new one.
October, I think they usually announce iPads, right? Isn't that been the
So
case recently? Yeah.
I'm holding on. So we'll see what happens. I mean,
All
this
right.
iPad runs fine. It's just I do so much intensive stuff on it that with those you kind of want the power because I do have like 3D figures on the page sometimes and multiple layers, and I've got all kinds of crap going. Uh, whereas the computer just disappointed me in terms of its startup time, if anything. And it's time to, I think, do the upgrade. But yeah, throwing like two grand here, 1,700 there, getting a new phone. Let's slow it down a little bit. I do have a business card now with a decent limit on it, but like let's pump them brakes. I haven't signed an exclusive or anything yet, so I don't got that bonus money. But you know, they are at least keeping me busy because I don't think it was so weird when I agreed to that job to be like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna have any room in my schedule until 2027.
Wow.
Like locked out is wild because you know this job is the job of the hustle, and when you're on the lower the underside of it, it's a lot of like trying to make sure you have stuff coming in 3 months to line up for when this project's over, and that there's not a big gap in like you know taking commissions if you're low or taking cover gigs or taking like a one issue thing, and then like it's a lot of spinning plates. So it's weird to now be in a spot where it's like it's just one plate and it's going, and then like I'm gonna pull in the second one, and then JSA plate goes away, and then the new plate is gonna be going for a year or so. And then you know trying to figure out how I'm gonna do the sequel for Yellow Wood at the same time is gonna be a little difficult, but I think it's a good problem to have.
Now, uh, real quick, we do have to get back to the topic at
Yeah,
hand. We
sorry.
need to close that. That's okay. Pete Collins has a question for you. Pete Collins, of course, the tremendous artist behind the Bardic Verses, good friend of the show. He dropped $4.99 on us. Thank you, Pete. You certainly didn't have to do that to get your question answered, but all the same, we appreciate it. He says, "I recently tried to get back into digital art after a very long. Excuse me. I recently tried to get back into traditional art after a very long stint working digital only. Gavin, any tips for getting back to the core art form?"
Mm. I think what I would suggest is having like some time where you don't put pressure on it, but you get a handful of supplies to try out and just play, right? Because then you kind of back into that feeling that like the childhood feeling of like, what is this pen gonna do? How is this gonna feel? What does this ink do? Let me throw down this marker and that part of it. I think the wonder might help you kind of get excited for it, and then from there it's just about you know picking up that momentum and kind of building and steamrolling. Uh, but I get it, man. Like going from one to the other after not doing one for a long time, it's tough. But it is like riding a bike. It's just like you know, it's like riding a bike with an ear infection. Your balance isn't necessarily the best at the moment, but you know, play around and don't beat yourself up is probably the hardest thing because you're going to find that you draw differently than you expect probably. But you know, treat yourself kindly and play, and I think that'll kind of get the ball rolling. Hopefully.
Sounds like sound advice to me. Hope that helps you, Pete. Now, let's put a capper on this conversation that we've been having about comparing this decade, 20, you know, really specifically 2025 and sort of what's been happening in comics this year with 2015. You know, and I know we're keeping things very strict with those two years. But the general idea of the question at hand is the comics industry in a better place than it was in 2015? And we've talked about it from a quality of comics standpoint, but I think from an industry wide standpoint, to me, it's pretty hard to argue against the idea that the industry is much better and much healthier now than it was back then. Uh, DC is the standard bearer of change in the sense that a lot of the bad actors who we know made DC a tough place to work for. And this is not my opinion. This is stuff that a lot of creators have said over the years, while it was happening, but also now. We just reported on what Greg Rucka had to say about his time at DC and how now today, as he's returned to the company, things are better than they've ever been. And this is a guy who has a 20-year track record of working. And again, he's not the only person who is saying this. So to me, when you look at DC from a quality of content standpoint, they're putting out better books than they were 10 years ago. But then also on a back end professional standpoint, Marie Javins is doing an impeccable job. DC Compact Comics are a tremendous initiative. I feel like everything DC touches is gold right now. And they've got Gavin Guidry. So DC is a better place than it was. I think the absence of Diamond, or not the absence of, but the breaking up of Diamond's monopoly and Lunar getting into the picture and all these different distributors that we're seeing and things like that. I think that is more of a mixed bag, but it's probably a mixed positive bag. We don't know how positive that's going to be because we're living in it right now. But I can say that we know there are a lot of comic shops that are frustrated with the uncertainty right now. There's a lot of uncertainty on the part of publishers who don't necessarily know how to get their books in the hands of readership because they don't have Diamond anymore. And Lunar maybe isn't picking them up. There's a lot of uncertainty on all those fronts. But I think if you ask any industry insider or person on the ground floor, they'll tell you that while all those things are true, at the end of the day, there is an excitement about comics that we haven't really seen in a long time. And I would argue more than a decade. So I think we are in a better place overall.
Yeah, hard agree. I think to what you're saying about the publishers and the worries there, that is independent of the quality and the influx of creator that's being put forward. The books are good because the books are good, and while the concern is how do more people read it, I think the fact that so many people already are, and we're in the midst of questionable distribution. Once that gets figured out, I can imagine there being a bump, an even bigger bump.
I mean, I agree. Even just in terms of quality, I think we're in a better place at this point. Regardless of the diamond of it all and the publishing end of it all, I think there's just a lot more good books in number, and there's a book out there for everyone at this point. Hell, we joke.
We've said before that like big two books, the variety of take and approach is way higher than it's ever been. So you really can kind of come to it with looking for almost anything and find it even in Cape's books.
Even if you're just a Batman fan, like think about the different Batman books you can read. You got Dark Patterns, you got your main Batman, and even the Immortal Sentai Batman. Like there's a flavor for everyone.
Yeah.
Gavin, what's your big picture take on the question?
Oh, I mean, like I said earlier, I'm excited what he's doing and where they're headed. I'm sure, and there's things that Marvel to be excited about. I'm sure they'll get, they don't stay down for long. And from the machine side of things, like I think it's cooking. I'm very excited about it. I think, and not to always lean into the movie side of it, but I think what DC Studios has done is very exciting. I think there's an optimism around the characters in general that there hasn't been for a long time, especially Superman. Like Superman as a character in the zeitgeist, I think is having a revival outside of comic book nerds in a way that I'm very excited about. And even within comic book nerds, because there still was always that wave of like, Superman is lame or whatever, I don't like him. And I think there's still like a general excitement about him that there wasn't before. And those guys will continue to exist, but I think that's been curtailed a little bit. And hopefully some people, more people are leaning into the corny do-gooder a little bit more. But then you're seeing a thing, like I said, like, Compact, it's crazy they can't seem to keep them. And they're being very smart about immediately running new waves after new waves and putting out newer titles, as opposed to just resting on their laurels with the same 6 or 7. Um, and uh, and 500,000 copies for Batman is crazy, and it just gives you hope that, like, other big number ones will continue to trend toward the 200,000 mark more consistently, and that books in their own will kind of trend upward. And it feels like it's a good time to be involved, even with the chaos of everything going on outside of those walls. There's obviously things that could come in and affect us that we don't plan for, but the industry in a vacuum feels really good right now. And I mean, hell, DC's coming back to New York this year for the first time
The
in
booth,
a long time. They've never had a booth when I've been there. So I'm very excited. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do any signings per se. I've tried to email back and forth, but I'm still just so excited they're going to be there. Period.
Yeah.
Because in previous years it would be maybe 1 or 2 editors walking around, and that's it. So it gives me hope that they're willing to be like, yeah, we'll haul everybody up from Burbank. We'll spend the money on the booths. We'll spend the money on the travel, and we're going to go and have a presence there. Makes me feel like they are feeling very confident about their footing. So, and then we just got to hope Paramount doesn't buy Warner's, and that's all we got to hope.
Right. Boy. I will be signing at the DC booth though, so you can bring not officially, but I'll be standing nearby, and you can have me sign anything. I'll sign whatever. A contract, feel free.
Yeah, just 20 feet behind the booth.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the general consensus is yes.
Yeah.
And thank goodness for that, because we need this industry to be healthy, and we need it to be a place where talented creators like Gavin want to work, and fans like all of you that are listening now want to be reading and want to be engaged in. I'm really grateful that there have been changes made, and it's not just DC; it's happening all over the place, except for Marvel. But hey, health is wealth, and I think this industry is got a bright future ahead of it. We missed some super chats, so let's run through those quick. We've got a lot more show to do. Do not go anywhere. We've got a ton more show to get into. We're gonna try to get this beast done and free you all before the 4-hour mark. We're 2.5 in, so we do have to rock and roll. Lectrix with the 50 SEK said, spin the wheel. We will spin the wheel in just a few moments. Thank you, brother. Jay Sage with the 4.99. The Ultimates run was one of the best things that ever happened at Marvel. Showed you could tell compelling stories with OP characters like All-Star. So I'm assuming you're referring to the Ultimates run by Al Ewing and Kenneth Rocafort. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was a very good run. Hayden's Hideout with the 10 spot. I do want to shout out Aaron's Doctor Strange book from 2016. That run made me a Doctor Strange fan, and Donny Cates' tenure continued that.
Yeah.
Yep. Good stuff. That was one of the few Marvel books I was reading.
Chris Bachalo too. The GOAT.
Oh, so good.
Hell yeah. Dan Trudeau with the 10 spot. Thanks, Dan. Transition periods are difficult, and this should lead to something healthier than the diamond monopoly. Even if that is the case, getting there was always going to be difficult.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a world where you can get away from a monopoly without some upheaval. And I worry for the people whose jobs rely on this going smoothly. We already know a bunch of people at Diamond have lost their jobs. But you know what? There is always room in comics for smart people who know how to sell comic books. Always. Every publisher, every distributor, every space needs intelligent minds that aren't toxic, that know how to move books. And one of the biggest critiques of new DC at first was that they had fired so many people who understood how to sell comics. A lot of those people have found new places to work, and clearly DC is firing on all cylinders. So I don't although I worry for those people, I am confident they will all land on their feet.
Sure.
The comics industry is very unique. You cannot come from, like, let's say another entertainment space and think, oh, I can sell movies, I know how to sell comics. No, you don't. No, you don't. Having a relationship with AMC theaters is not the same thing as every mom and pop comic shop in North America.
Yeah, and those people that have been either transitioned or let go or whatever it might be are finding spaces in other at other publishers. So like the work there is being done.
Yeah. Atomic Hound with the 499 says Marie Javins and Anna DePies as GM, general manager, have DC spinning like a top right now. If they could get their boss to meet a due date, the sky is the limit. Yeah, Jim Lee's just signing everywhere.
No comment.
He's actually going to be doing a signing at my house in a few days.
Oh.
He's just going door to door signing people's comics. It's amazing.
Wow.
The man of the people.
Very available.
He really is, though.
It's got that time.
Oh, look, if I see him in New York, like I tell the story that I saw him at the DC party my first year going, and I was just like, holy crap, that's Jim Lee, and I didn't say anything to him. I was just like 7-8 feet away from him. No, if I see him, I'm definitely gonna approach him this year.
How crazy do they get at those DC
Jim Lee,
parties?
Oh, it's just a bunch of like capital A adults drinking and talking.
All right.
It's catered. The last one I went to, they had like a little photo booth set up, and you can take pictures. It was kind of fun. But it's definitely like a New York rooftop party as opposed to like, a club banger. Yeah.
My 401k pays
Which is
out.
cool. That's my style. Well, I mean, Marvel's parties are in a super overcrowded Irish pub, so theirs are in what I would call a fire hazard.
Sick.
Because there's no way the fire marshal would see those parties and be like, cool, good job, guys. I know we're definitely over the occupancy limit every time.
I need to get into that. I need to get into that Marvel party, dude. Look, if you can get a +1 into the DC party, pick one of the pals. But otherwise, you got to slide me the location of that. I know what you're talking about. I just don't know where it is. Freaking Omar from Nearman Condition found his way in there.
Yeah.
I think it was last year or the year before. That scoundrel.
Well, and I mean, admittedly, like it's the bottom, like the top floor is packed with comic book people. The bottom floor is packed with a mixture of comic book people and some people who are just drinking in Hell's Kitchen, I guess.
Oh,
and then
like Foggy. Yeah.
the hint, and then the bottom, like, but then outside, like outside talking to are all comic book people. And a mixture, like, Patrick Willems and Matt from Nando loves movies, or I think that's the name of his channel. They've been there and hung out before, and so I know that there's some non-comic book people who come hang out.
Sick.
So I mean, you guys are more than welcome to at least chill.
I'll split the G with someone.
Nice.
The G?
The G, yeah,
Yeah,
the
split
Guinness.
G. You get a Guinness and you have to take one big
Yeah.
gulp to get the line in between the G.
We get it. We're pub people, Tyler.
Well,
I didn't know.
Sean,
He's
I was-
explaining it to me.
I was mansplaining. I was man-explaining.
I mean, Perez, Sean is going to sneak in there like a TMZ reporter. I mean, I just want to rub shoulders with greatness. That's all. If I could hang out with, I mean, he wouldn't be at the pub, but if I could hang out with Jim Lee, talk some shop, get him to draw me something exclusive, can we get, what would it take to get Jim Lee to touch down on this podcast? That's the question.
We'd have to draw a couple of his hush pages, I think.
Yeah, right.
I will say about the Marvel party, like the drunkest I've seen comic book creators have always been, like the individual creators being super drunk has definitely been at that party. And it's not even like it's just a ton of people at a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, man, there was some sloppiness in and some slurring of words like crazy last
fun.
time.
That sounds fun, dude. I want to see.
I mean,
Yeah, I want to see
it
Jonathan
is.
Hickman slurring his words.
He'll pronounce what Apocalypse's real name is.
I want him to explain
comment.
gods to me while he's ossified. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Yeah, there's.
I like that book.
I mean, there's been times where it's like the cartoon where I can like see the water, like the liquid. They're so filled up, I can see the level of the liquid through their eyes.
Cool.
The cartoon.
You know, I'm due for
Like
one of
a-
those days actually.
like
Maybe
a
I'll wait
old-
for October for it.
Like
There
a
it
Tom and
is.
Jerry cartoon. Yeah,
Yeah.
just like you just see the liquid.
I'm due for
No, it's
a 1:30 a.m. Metro North drunken train ride.
Oof.
oh man. I mean, there was one time I put a friend in a cab and I was like, I hope he gets home alive. And then the next day, he shows up and he's bright as a daisy. And not only did he not go to sleep, he we didn't go home. He went to or he went home, laid his head down for like 30 minutes, and then a friend was like, "Hey, we're playing poker," and he went and played poker and
Wow.
drank and hung out, and then came to the con. And I was like, "You are a fucking insane person." I mean, he is. He's lovely. I mean, I'll tell you guys who. I don't want to air his business. He might not give a shit at all because he's just a fun guy. But remind me, and I'll tell you who I'm talking about. You guys know him for sure.
Oh, I can't wait to hear
He's
this.
great.
It's Zeb Wells, isn't it?
And then of course Declan, yeah, and Declan just drinks ciders all night, and you're like, and it's like another drink, and all of a sudden you realize you've had like 7 cocktails, and he's just been drinking ciders.
Yeah.
But he's out till like 4 a.m.
Nier says
But
here.
he says,
I was gonna say Nier says drunk explaining
Drunk
comics
explaining.
would be a fun wheel spin. I've had an idea for a
Oh,
while
God.
regarding this. A drunk history type
Oh wow.
video, trying
Retelling.
to
Oh.
retell it, but then like re-letter the book, like show pages and re-letter it with whatever the hell bullshit we're saying.
That's good.
there's a version of that though that's also telling industry stories that I think would be like,
that would be fun. Yeah. Oh, let's get to Dio on the
Nuts.
show. Let's get him a couple drinks.
I mean,
I
Ron
don't know who
Mark
drinks
already
them.
tells some of the best fucking stories that, like, him drunk talking about the one time that Neil Adams accidentally got high eating another artist's pot brownies who was working in his studio, and they found him on his couch just like too high to move. In his office is like an amazing story that he could tell 10 times better than that.
Just laid out.
But yeah, it's been a really funny thing, kind of getting to know more of these old guard guys, because like when they were my age, or when they were at my level of the industry of coming in, you still had like the legendary people who were on their way out, and they were getting stories from those peers.
Yeah.
From things that happened 10, 20 years beforehand. In the 60s and 70s, they were hearing those stories in the 90s, and now they're telling me in the 2020s. And it's just like, it's kind of cool to get to touch, tangentially, like the idea that like Neil Adams accidentally ate another artist's brownies because he was a thief and would go through the studio that he owned, but he would eat other people's crap while he worked. And it was pot brownies, and he, not knowing that, just ate a ton of brownies while he was supposed to be working.
You know who's great at storytelling is Steranko. Steranko can spin a yarn. He does that at cons constantly.
Bet. He looks it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's move forward. We've got a lot more show to get into. Now you guys know that it is Justice League month around here, and we've told you that we will be reading Justice League International for the book club, which is on September 30th at 8 p.m. We're going to try out the 8 p.m. time slot for the book club as well. So hopefully you guys will come hang out with us for that. I am excited to start my first read. I have not done that yet. We're going to read the first 12 issues, and then I think we talked about like
Annual.
An annual.
Yeah. So that's what we're going to do for the book club.
I was going to ask because it's kind of a nebulous thing as opposed to just reading like a single trade or something. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a
And
good
then
start.
I think Atomic Hound mentioned the Legends books, so I might read those too. I don't know.
You have access to the DC Infinite app.
Yeah,
We all have individual access to the DC Infinite app.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Haven Comic has a question. Haven't seen you before, Haven. Thanks for joining us. Make sure everybody who's here is a subscriber of the channel, like the video. Help us out the way we help you guys out. Haven says, is the method of submissions to get picked up by a publisher still a valid way to enter the industry if you have quality work? Well, what do you do, Haven? That's the first question. Do you write? Do you draw? Do you do both? Because the path to the industry is not the same depending on what it is that you do. But I will turn to Gavin, who is actually the professional in the room, to answer the question if you feel comfortable.
I would say like probably, but in terms of long shot dice rolls, that's always been a crazy crapshoot because you're one of any number of people at any given time sending in a crazy amount of submissions. So it takes yours even being picked, and that's insanely like rare to then be even given the chance to be looked at and opened and checked. But what I would say is have that work be visible online and go to cons and bring those books you've made or your pages or work or whatever you have around and show other creators and meet people higher up in the industry. They're not necessarily going to be able to get you a job, but like they can give you advice and point you in certain directions, and you can go and do portfolio reviews with editors is probably your best way to do it in terms of doing a submission style thing, because they're specifically looking to hire people or to like give people a look over. But yeah, make comics, like do the work, have something, even if it's a 6-page thing, have something, and then be visible online and be visible at cons is the best advice. And it's really like a 1 foot in front of the other thing. You're not gonna do that for the first time and turn around and have published work at IDW, but you might like Source Point want to give you something, or Scout, and you can do a little bit of work there. And like for me, it was Action Lab. And you kind of go from there to another one up, and then another one up, and eventually, you can climb the ladder if you do good work. You can absolutely still submit, because I mean, I guess it is kind of like a very passive way of doing it, because you can just kind of mail a bunch of submissions out and then not have to really worry about them per se, and just kind of keep going about your grind. But it is absolutely a super dice roll, like a D20 at probably D60 if we're making things up, because it's a long shot that they would even look at yours in the giant insane pile.
He says thanks for the advice though. He's a comic creator / writer, but makes comics via Kickstarter.
Yeah, but making comics via Kickstarter now, but putting out good things. Yeah, well then I mean, like bring your stuff from Kickstarter and hand them out, give them away to some creators. They very well may not end up being read. They could end up in a trash can. They could end up in a pile that like we come home with sometimes. But also like some creators might flip through them in front of you and want to talk about it. And it's kind of my thing that I always say is control what you can control, and that's what you can control. You can't control their decision-making process or whatever, but you can control the effort you put in. So if you can make the book and then do what you can to get it in front of people, that's the best you do. So good luck.
Good luck to you. We are doing our top 5 Justice League members this month, and minus the Trinity. So no Batman, no Wonder Woman, no Superman. And today we're going to be presenting our number 3 and our number 2.
I'll go first.
Yeah, sure.
My number 3 is Red Tornado. So my familiarity with this character actually starts because there was an arc of Swamp Thing where he's going through. It all ties back, Tyler, where he was going through and kind of collecting these elemental forces. In this, Firestorm becomes an elemental force for fire, as one might expect. But Red Tornado is sort of taken and abducted by this elemental force for wind, and so they kind of team up. There's a small arc where they team up in the Swamp Thing book, then in the Firestorm book to sort of take out Red Tornado. But from there, the character itself interests me. Kind of like an android that's meant to be built up as a hero. Made at the time, debut for me in some of the animated shows, and then from there, just like reading sparse character moments here and there because you don't really get a lot of Red Tornado. So yeah, off of that alone, one of my personal favorites just because I think the character is interesting and doesn't get utilized a lot, which is why this most recent Justice League Red has been pretty interesting to me. So, number 3. And then number 2, Aquaman, the guy. My probably second favorite character at DC. Again, at the time, New 52. Don't give me those eyes, Gavin. Uh, at the time, the Jeff Johns sort of revitalization really hit it off with me. And so that plus the crossovers that was going on at the time with Justice League in general, getting to see him in those two places, he was just cool. And I followed that series all the way through, I think almost to the DCU stuff. And then that's where I started to kind of fall off. But yeah, a big, big character for me.
So Aquaman is your second favorite DC character, and also number 2 on your list of just. If Swamp Thing is your top Justice League character,
No. He was number 5. He was number 5 already. I had to get my
then
boy in
how
there
does
for
this
Justice League Dark.
how does this track?
Just wait till you hear number 1.
All right. Well, I guess I'll go with my number 3, and that's John's Martian Manhunter. Martian Manhunter was always, and it's weird because again, I didn't watch the cartoon Justice League Unlimited, and I know he's pretty prominent in that from what I know. But I just know him as the heart of the Justice League. Really, he's the heart, and he's also alien of the group. Sure, Superman is too, but John Johns is the full-on Martian, and I just always liked that dynamic, that he's this otherworldly character that chose to come to Earth. It's kind of a Superman-esque story. After the loss of most of his entire civilization on Mars, and still cares to help other people and to help another world. And I always like that. And plus he likes Oreos. So that's cool. And then number 2 is the Flash, specifically the best Flash. And that's Wally West. Wally West is my Flash. Always has been. So I haven't watched the Justice League Unlimited, but the stuff I did watch when I was a kid, he always jumped out to me. It was always the Flash that jumped out to me. And then having read his stuff, with Mark Waid before Rebirth and all that, I enjoyed Flash. Wally West just feels like real DC to me. When I think about DC Comics, I think of Wally West. It's that legacy character that takes up the mantle of his mentor and almost makes it his own and it supplants it in my eyes. And yeah, just Wally West is my favorite Flash and my second favorite Justice League member.
Gavin, do you have
you talk about him being him? Like you talk about Wally, he's on my list too. But you're talking about him feeling like DC. He started the Silver Age.
Yeah,
the Silver Age starts with him becoming Flash and ostensibly Hal becoming Green Lantern. Those are the two characters at DC that kicked off that whole new thing. So he is intrinsic to the fabric of I'm thinking Barry. Sorry. Ignore me. Let's talk about the Flash. Sorry. I would say I'm going to go back to 5. Black Canary and Green Arrow would be like my 5 and 4. I would say Hal would be my 3. Flash would be my 2. And I will agree with you that it's Wally for me because he was the one that I grew up with.
Yeah.
That I connected to. And it's funny that you said you didn't watch the JLU because he's all over that bad boy.
I know.
And the Justice League cartoons were great for Wally. And then number 1 bullet, if it's not the Trinity, is Hawkman, introduced to the Justice League in issue 31 pretty early. And I would say for me, if I say Hawkman, I include the Hawks in general because obviously Kendra has been the main leaguer for a long time, and she's a great character. So the whole the Hawks vibe in general, I'm down with. But I'd say Hawkman because he's my primary. Carter. So yeah, I'd say that'd be like number one. But I 100% agree with you about Flash and Wally. And for me, like we've talked about it before, like in that 04-ish, 05 area, that the Jeff Johns Flash was popping with Wally back in the mid-aughts. It was a super popular book, and it was really, really great. Sorry, I dropped my notepad that I had to write down because I couldn't remember because there's too many damn Justice League members, and I wasn't just gonna put Swamp Thing and Aquaman because I don't have like the same go-to like a certain cyborg in the chat. But yeah, so Hawkman, Flash, Green Lantern. I think I grew up with Kyle, but I am a fan of Hal.
Yeah.
I don't love how much shit Hal's been given. There's always this weird thing where like there's reappraisals of characters, and a lot of times there's reappraisals of characters through like the snark lens, and the internet loves to do that where they're like, oh well, like Hal's a piece of shit because of some weird thing that they don't like about the character that was probably like a one-time, like I don't know. Hal's been, the internet does not like Hal. Probably you saw that, right? Why did it do that? Was it because of my hand? Hal's been kind of hated by the internet, I think, because he's been the one that DC's tried to focus back on. I think it's probably like a backlash because we have a whole generation of people who grew up without him.
Yep.
And now it's kind of like, well, why is he now the main one? But they don't realize that there was a whole generation of like people who were like, well, why is it John Stewart when Hal's Green Lantern? So I like Hal personally. And then Green Arrow and Black Canary are just like, what's not to love, you know?
My number 3 is probably going to surprise some people, but the more I've been thinking about this character, and it's really like looks based and to like for me cool factor more than anything. Believe it or not, it's Firestorm.
All right.
I would give Firestorm like 6 or 7 for me. I like Firestorm's vibe.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
He is, to me, I don't understand why people don't see how cool this character is. Like, he's got a flaming fucking head and he's a science genius. And there are 2 people in his body at the same time.
Hey, yo.
That's insanity. Like, I find that really compelling. And I remember watching the old Justice League television show, not the
Challenge of the Super Friends.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. And he was there. And I knew pretty much everybody else, but I didn't know Firestorm. And I always thought, wow, who is that? Like, why does he look so damn cool?
Well, and do you know why he was there? He was there because they wanted to have like a younger, hipper, cooler character for that cartoon. And in that era, Firestorm was that dude.
Now he's
I agree with you. I liked Firestorm from those reruns on Cartoon Network back in the day. Back when Cartoon Network was primarily Hanna-Barbera stuff, because they had the catalog. I fell in love with those old Super Friends and Challenge of Super Friends cartoons. And yeah, Firestorm was, I agree with you. I was kind of like, this dude's kind of fly. I like this guy. And it's cool too, like once you get really into it, not so much in the cartoon, but he has a flaming head and he flies. He looks awesome.
He looks like the Heat Miser in that cartoon.
I mean, the billowy sleeves, take or leave. But no, I think there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of ingredients to Firestorm that are pretty cool. So I'm with you. Don't let them freaking yuck your yum.
He's got his teacher in his own, he's got his teacher inside him. Yo.
I agree with Cole. Cole says I really enjoyed Firestorm in Brightest Day. Yeah, he was super cool in that too. My number 2 is Barry Allen.
Oh,
I love The Flash. I think Barry Allen is awesome. I didn't grow up reading Wally. I didn't grow up reading Flash. The first time I tried Flash was when Barry was back. So to me, Barry
Mm,
is the Flash. And
right.
I always appreciated the fact that, like, if he didn't have a desire to be a superhero, the Flash could have a perfect life. Barry Allen could have a perfect life. His power works better in real time than any other superhero's power. How the fuck do you use being Spider-Man to enhance your day-to-day lifestyle, outside of being able to swing to work? You don't. But with the Flash, you could do anything you want in terms of, like, being anywhere on time. You never have to wait for anything. It's a beautiful thing. But because he's so devoted to being a good person and using his powers for good, he actually ends up having it. It has the opposite effect on his life, which I always thought was a really interesting twist. Where in reality, he's late to his dates and he can't keep shit on schedule because he's trying so hard to be a good man. So I just love Barry for that, and I think he's fantastic. Um, Chat, feel free to share your top fives with us. We'll be doing this for the entire rest of the month. So please do keep us informed. Shadow Walker says, I want to read The Flash after reading Absolute Flash. Where do I start?
There's a number of really good runs that you can start with, like at like number one for each one, right? Like, man, that's a lot of them basically. That's a lot to like.
yeah.
Any Flash number one is pretty a great point
Even New
because
52,
Wade's
Manipul.
well, I don't Wade was Wade with the was Wade with the number one.
No, Wade would have been.
John's one.
John's was number one with Rebirth, yeah, with Flash Rebirth. Then before that
Yeah.
was Wade, though. That's when he had Wally, and Wally had the kids at the time. That's when I started. One of the first DC comics I read was Flash.
Okay, and then yeah, the Manipul stuff is great. I haven't been reading the most recent run of Flash, but I know that Sai
Yep.
is doing some different stuff with it, right? Like trying to kind of approach it from like a fresh angle. I did read the one comic where it's him and Dr. Fate, and the book is kind of like interacting with you, and that was super awesome and trippy. If you haven't read that one rule. They're like stuck in this weird dimension and they're trying to get out of it, put it down, and you turn it on the next page, and the next page is upside down, and it's them. Like, it's really cool. They kind of break the format a little bit.
Sick.
But yeah, I'd say Mark Wade's probably your best jumping on point. Mark Wade or Johns, and then go from there.
In Absolute Flash is Wally West. So if you like Wally West, I'd recommend a book called Heroes in Crisis.
Oh my God. Don't
Stop.
don't read that. Avoid that, Shadow Walker. Yeah, I think there are lots of great places you can start with Flash. Let's get into the news because yeah, we've got news to cover. So we talked a little bit earlier about Batman #1 having 500,000 orders, 500,000 copies sold. That's a big deal. We don't need to belabor the point totally. Congratulations are in order, certainly to Matt Fraction and Jorge Jimenez and DC for pulling this off. The Hollywood Reporter made they're the ones that put the info out. Boris Kitt, who writes for the Hollywood Reporter, said that this is likely the top-selling comic of the year. But why? Why did Batman #1 sell so well? Is it the Matt Fraction and Jorge Jimenez of it all? I think that's probably a part of it. Matt Fraction having been largely absent from the big two for a while now, outside of some small, like he did the Jimmy Olsen thing, which was cool. But he's been playing in the TV space largely. So him coming back is a factor. Jorge Jimenez has been on Batman for the last 3 runs. He's been on since Tynan, so he's a stallion on this book. So what is the reason? Well, I think the reason is blind bags. I think that DC's blind bag initiative, which they cribbed from the Battle Beast success, has bolstered the numbers of this book, and I would argue probably to the tune of about half of its sales. Maybe
Whoa.
half is a little too much, but definitely over 100,000 copies of this 500K, I would wager, are a result of blind bags. And if you don't agree with that, that's okay. But if you believe that even 100,000 of these copies are from blind bags, is that a problem? Because that's a gimmick.
I think we'll definitely see once Ultimate Endgame comes out with their blind bags how that sells. I don't think it's going to sell 500K. It's not a Batman #1, but their blind bags are also doing a weird gimmick with original art in there too. So I think it's going to drive people to get it. Yeah, Sean, does this smell like Loot Crate 2.0 to you in a weird way?
I mean, not Loot Crate, but it definitely is a gimmick, just like any other gimmick that the industry has had in the past. That is a shorter term gain.
I think we wait for issue 2 and see how precipitous the drop is. Like, if this is up the tune of 500K, presumably you get a few, maybe let's say 100K, 20% drop, right? And that's also assuming they're not doing another blind bag for issue 2. If that's dips to half, I think we can say with more confidence that this accounts for 100K plus, because it's on top of what I would account for a normal drop off, maybe 20, 50% in general.
But I think in terms of the negativity of it as a gimmick, it kind of depends on how it continues to be used, right? It's like a gimmick is a sales tactic until it's overused, and then it's a gimmick. So it's kind of like, well, obviously they're going to do it again. Marvel's doing it. I think the trick is to still let it feel special and make sure it doesn't become a thing of like, hey, every new book is getting blind bags, because that's when people are going to be like super turned off about it. So the same thing with variants, right? Like the biggest reason why variants have become what people have disliked variants isn't because the new #1s are coming out for a new book with 8 to 10, as much as it's like book 20 of some random series has 3 covers, and you're like, it's like, why are we doing variants for everything all the time, always? And I understand that argument. As an artist, I love it, but I get it. So it's kind of a thing of like, well, we have to see how they handle their self-control and their restraint, right? And implementing it going forward. And I'm hoping that they're good about keeping it to letting it feel special, because then they can kind of do it for a few years, and I think it'll still be a good thing for them to do.
Yeah, I think if they pulse these things out, that becomes a good strategy, because for a #1, for maybe an annual, for something that allows for a momentous occasion, then you can kind of capitalize on the fact that less
Yeah.
people will have already been kind of activated. This might activate it a little bit more than if we start doing this for every #1.
Right.
The problem
Yeah.
that I run into is that with any gimmick, it becomes very difficult to know why the book sold so well. So, like,
Right.
I would really love to be able to just give Fraction and Jimenez their flowers and say, yo, you put out a tremendous comic. It brought people to the store, and that's great. But between this being a relaunch, speculators are a factor, blind bags are a factor. It's hard to know like how much of the quality of the book matters to the sales of the book. And when we talk about issue 2, look, we're not going to know how much it's going to sell. We will not know. So is it going to be half? Reasonably speaking, I don't think that Batman #2 will sell even half of 500,000 copies. And if that doesn't happen and its drop off is more than 50%, who's responsible for that? What does that mean?
It's inflated numbers at that point.
Well, is it inflated? Because at the end of the day, those are going to be sales to someone. And if we're not
Right.
necessarily if we're not dictating a success to, well, it has to maintain a certain number of readers, one, to not get canceled for sure, right? But it's Batman, it won't. I think the metric and the goal is, even with this drop of, let's say, 50% from into issue 2, if issue 3 stays or is able to mitigate that, and then you have a smaller percentage drop off, like as long as those increments on the long tail diminish, I think then you can say to some degree this is a successful strategy to upweight
Right.
your sales.
Yeah, it's less about maintaining that number one number, and it's about still wanting good numbers, period. And as long as the numbers are good going out, period, in the grand scheme of the industry as a whole, if Batman's doing 100, 80 to 100,000, and all they like, and you look at it like, well, they were able to boost that first issue 5 times. That's a win for them, right? I mean, it's kind of a bummer to see it drop off. Obviously, it would be amazing if they could sustain that, but I mean, like, with every number one does a certain thing, and then number 2 does a little bit less, and 3 does less, and then like by issue 6, that's when you kind of get into your more steady numbers. But if their more steady numbers are still really good for the industry as a whole, and solid for like good for Batman, then I just look at it as like it's a plus, period. I mean, they were able to, like you said, front load a pop that they wouldn't necessarily have been able to without.
Yeah, we know that DC is going to be doing blind bags again here in a few months with DCKO. And again, you can say it makes sense. It's an event. I'll be interested to see how the entire industry deals with blind bags in 2026, because I just don't want to see us go down that 90s path. And someone in the chat had mentioned, I think it was Atomic Hound, had mentioned the biggest difference is that the books were not good in the 90s and they're
Right.
good now. But it didn't matter if the books were good, because a lot of the purchases were being made by people who don't read comics anyway. And so my opinion will always be, yes, for DC, objectively, these sales are good. But if it only represents getting speculators and such into the fold, those are like, it's like a ghost number, because you can't replicate it outside of doing that same thing again. And that is what has led to Marvel's one trick of, let's just relaunch a book. And I don't want that to be what blind bags become. So hopefully they learn the right lesson.
Yeah.
Speaking of DC Comics and their upcoming event, DCKO, we've got a little bit more information about what DCKO is going to be, because December solicits have dropped, and DCKO is an event that will not be contained. So AIPTcomics.com gives us a full list of what we can expect from DCKO throughout the month of December, including some very key tie-ins and a round by round breakdown of what books are going to be important to read. And I don't know about you guys, but I found myself a little bit confused by the way this was laid out. So maybe you guys can help me. So the round 1 begins December 3rd with DCKO Superman versus Redacted #1. And that's Joshua Williamson with Sean Isaacs on art. Round 2 is Aquaman #12 with John Timms writing and drawing it. That's pretty cool.
That's interesting.
Round 3 is DCKO Wonder Woman versus Redacted, which is written by Joel Jones with art by Jason Howard. Joel Jones is just transitioning completely away from doing the art on that one.
Yeah.
Harley Quinn versus Redacted, Leah Williams and Mirka Andolfo. That's fucking crazy.
That's
Mirka
good.
Andolfo and Leah Williams, I'm in.
That's horny.
Yes. Wow. Round 6 is The Flash 28, written by Mark Waid and Christopher Cantwell, with art by Vasco Georgiev. We already knew about this. We knew that Mark Waid was coming back to The Flash with Christopher Cantwell. I'm super excited for that. What we didn't know was that it would be a DCKO tie-in round 6 book, and then round 7, Superman 33, Joshua Williamson, with art by Hayden Sherman.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Ridiculous. And then the final round is DCKO Red Hood versus Redacted. That has to be the Joker, right?
So these KO covers have kind of hints as to who they're fighting in it.
Let me get through the creative team first.
Yeah.
It's Scott Snyder and Joshua Williamson with art by Dustin Nguyen. So
Yeah,
very hot creative team.
And in that Red Hood one, you can kind of see some purple. I think we're getting Joker versus Red Hood. And we do see a bloody crowbar, but this time Red Hood's wielding it.
Yeah.
So I think it's that fight. There's a cover too that Margot might be excited for. I don't know.
Yeah,
which one
Cyborg
the
Swamp Thing.
Cyborg one. That's
Yep.
clearly Cyborg versus Swamp Thing.
Yep, I see it. I'm excited. I feel like I feel like that was one of the things we called too when we were stacking this.
Yeah.
So I'm confused because I feel like simultaneously the messaging has been there aren't strict 1v1s and there's like this whole like all out brawl, but then these issues seem to focus on specific fights between specific characters, and then each issue is a round of the tournament, which I thought it wasn't really working. Like, I'm so lost with this.
The way I'm viewing this is that they're not rounds. They're called rounds just for the marketing end of things, but they're more like peeks into what this grander fight is, and we're going to showcase a specific interaction, like Harley versus. But it looks like these actually might be lining up with the bracket. Like these one shots are lining up with the brackets that we're seeing, because Swamp Thing and Cyborg would have been in that same bracket. Red Hood and Joker would have been in that same bracket. It looks like Lex versus possibly Etrigan. There's an orangey yellow fist punching him.
Yeah,
would have been in that same bracket. So I think maybe the first rounds that we saw in the bracket are big old fight scene and everyone's kind of fighting, whatever. The next rounds will probably be these KO ones. And that's why we're seeing them more aligned with the bracket. Because this, like, Flash could be Cheetah. You know, we talked about that. I don't know who Superman could be fighting in his bracket. Was Lobo in his bracket? No, that was in Wonder Woman's bracket, right?
Yes. But there's someone with like white arm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It looks like Lobo just from the brief pick of it that we see. But
that cover.
So, based on that logic, though, wouldn't that imply that Red Hood is in the finals? Like,
no.
Isn't that just a massive spoiler?
No, I don't think these are rounds in the sense that like they're progressively further in the tournament. I think these are just remember AVX? They had just one-offs where they were fighting.
Yeah,
I think that's.
But that wasn't a tournament.
I don't know if this is a tournament either.
I think round insofar as like you're not making it all the way to the final. Like I think this is like a certain wave of the bracket, because it's only getting up to, if you're looking back at the bracket, it's only getting up to that like quarter final kind of thing. You're not quite there.
Yeah, that's totally his Captain Atom versus Superman 2, which also lines up with his bracket.
Okay.
I don't know, because the AI PT says, from bracket reveals to shocking results, DC promises all fight month will be the most explosive stretch of DC KO yet. The showdown continues in March, but December is where the bracket narrows and the DC universe pays the price.
Showdown.
So there is a tournament. There is the idea of a winner. I'm very confused about the layout of this whole thing, which I guess we just have to wait for it to start. But I don't think that the messaging has been particularly clear.
Yeah, because I'm looking. Yeah, that lines up, because this actually lines up perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is just
if DCKO 1 is all of the people that are in these brackets, right? It's Slobberknocker, we see every one of those characters. Then DCKO 2 maybe tells some more story, and then we get these redacted one shots are the next round in the bracket form. So that's why it makes sense that Wonder Woman could be fighting Lobo, or Cyborg and Swamp Thing matchup. Red Hood maybe fights Damian Wayne in a quick little interstitial panel or something in DCKO1. Then he goes up to fight Joker, which is where you said Batman might take over, or Joker might take over Batman's spot. So that kind of lines up. Yeah, Superman and Captain Atom lines up.
And how many issues is this total again?
The
It's
actual
4, right?
KO event is 4 issues.
But
Because then, well, because then you would go into the next wave here. Like I have the bracket up, right? So like the fights here are these quarters. Then you get into these like semifinals, and then you get into, I guess, quarter then semi, and then the remaining issues are going to be like those in between, and then you probably get like another final.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna learn more at New York Comic Con on October 11th, where there will be a DCKO panel. Hopefully, we can make it. Depends on what our schedule looks like while we're at the event.
I definitely want to go.
But that is very, very exciting. Look, I have been on record. I don't really care too much about this event. It's not really my cup of tea in terms of the pitch, but every creator involved, that like they're all exciting. So I hope that whatever I learn at New York Comic Con will get my excitement level up for this whole thing.
I'm pumped. Slobber knocker, hell yeah. Super Job says maybe it's logo.
Oh, it could be logo. Yeah.
That's right.
Probably not. But hey, Gavin, did you check out the DC versus Marvel book or DC?
I
Marvel?
haven't. No, the crossover I hadn't.
Oh, dude, are you planning to?
I mean, eventually. It's just that's one of those things where for me, I'll catch it in the apps.
I got you.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of your train ride reads between cons.
Because it's just that's the type of thing that you can't just buy one thing of it, right? Like it'd be hard to just buy one portion of the overall thing. So personally, I'll catch it with my subscription.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right.
Unless the company wants to send me stuff, it'd be great. But I'm scrolling through the solicits right now. I didn't realize Josh Hickson is doing an Absolute Batman book. That is awesome.
Yes. That there's a lot of exciting stuff on the horizon for Absolute. And again, I think we're going to learn a lot more at New York Comic Con about those things
very soon.
Yeah. We also learned about a new Null series. So we know that Null is making his big return in the pages of Venom 250. But now he's going to get his own mini-series, a 5-issue limited series by Al Ewing, Tom Waltz, and Juanan Ramirez. Null is trying to get back on the throne, and this is the story of that journey. It's got a Ryan Stegman cover, which looks really good. This is not my thing. I couldn't care less about a Null mini, so I will probably skip this, even though I love Al Ewing. I just don't see it.
If this was anyone but Al, I'd say no. But this is continuing Al's grander story that he's been telling since Venom. This is also Null comes back in Venom number 250, which is, I guess, the next issue of his all-new Venom with Mary Jane kind of telling that story. It's really Al's symbiote story, and this is a continuation of that. So I'm definitely interested. It's funny, I made a joke about this book existing we released a video the same week he gets announced.
Yeah.
But Null is big. People like Null. Null is in that Marvel Rivals game. He's got like 3 maps, and then he shows up in it. He's got an actual voice actor. People like the character. He's cool, and this will definitely sell. I think Marvel's still been chasing that King in Black since it came out.
Yeah. The success of that. They want more, man.
Yeah, and if it's man, I mean, it's Al. It's Al. I trust Al is going to be doing something interesting at minimum for this.
But I was gonna say if anybody outside of Donnie, Al seems to be the decision that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
He's the guy to do it.
Yeah, so for you null heads out there, you will be able to get this in January.
Let's go.
Yeah. Why don't we spin the wheel? We owe some wheel spins. We haven't done one in a little while. Let's get a wheel spin out there.
What do we got? What do we got?
Yeah, Marco's minute in there.
Oh, just missed it. Revelation. So I guess we could pull up a poll. For
Yeah.
Revelation.
Gavin, do you want to partake?
I'll let you guys take this one. That way I don't have to like.
Bite your
I came
tongue.
up with a good one last time, but I had to really like dig deep to on the spot come up with one. I didn't know that we had a David Tulaski variant cover for JSA. It looks great.
You are lost in the solicit sauce, my friend.
I gotta say those Dave Johnson covers for JSA are great.
I'm really excited about that. I like how the little trade dress design thing he came up with. That I think they're going to stack together in a row really nicely. They need to put on a poster, hopefully.
Sean, should we do another spin while we wait for that poll to come up? Or
Why is it not? My thing's not. Oh, let me refresh.
Yeah, YouTube can be a disaster sometimes.
Yeah.
Super Job says Gavin's revelation could be unblurring the camera, and I think we're all with that.
Oh my God.
Well, it's a Marco's minute. So, Marco, you want to do a minute while I get the poll up?
Yeah. Actually, go for that.
Go ahead. Do you have a subject you want to do?
I do, because actually Atomic Hound earlier in the chat had asked if we can get a Marco's minute on Scooby Apocalypse. So this is this is at the time when
Can I set the timer, motherfucker?
my fault.
Minuteman Marco over here.
All right, go now.
So this was a series at the time where Hanna-Barbera and DC were crossing over to kind of reestablish characters and give them like a more of an adult bend. Jim Lee was a big fan and wanted to kind of use the characters here. It was written by Keith Giffen and J.M. DeMatteis, who I had been reading off the back of Justice League Dark. They started writing this series, and I fell in love. I was a huge fan of Scooby-Doo, and I've always thought it'd be interesting to give it a different flair and flavor than what you typically have. You know, the old time barkeep under the mask of being the ghost. Like, I would have preferred or would have liked a different take. This was exactly that. Sci-fi world apocalypse, things go awry, and I think there's a lot of really strong character moments for all of the Scooby Gang, and all of their interactions. Highly recommend. It's a 20 issue series.
Wow.
Oh, 37.
I didn't like the book.
Yeah, wrong.
No, I was much more into Flintstones and Snagglepuss.
Same. This was a banger.
All right,
I don't know how you had a minute long to say about that. And Kenneth Williams says that timer is moving extra slow. Somehow it feels like that when Marco's talking about Scooby-Doo Apocalypse. Yes, I agree.
All right, Sean, you won the poll though, so you get to do your revelation.
Wonderful. Common Sense with $4.99. I wish I could say this earlier. 10 years ago, Marvel has more titles than not. Spider, X-Men, and Hulk related. The two ongoing for far is Cap and Strange. I don't know exactly what you mean, Common Sense, but I don't know, man. I feel like they're probably publishing about the same amount of Spider stuff as they were then, because back then you had Spider-Verse, Spider Island, all that.
Web Warriors 2 was a book.
Silk was new. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on around that time.
Spider-Gwen. Yep.
Yeah. A revelation. Okay. Some of you will know this because I've shared it before on Palling Around, but I will give it to the wider audience now. I learned that I have a significant allergy to dairy while I was on a date with a girl in the basement of her family home. We met online. We met on the dating app known as World of Warcraft. And I was 16 years old and she was older than that.
Oh no.
And I'll leave it there. And I was driven to her home and allowed to hang out with her in her basement alone, where she showed me her massive, massive anaconda. She had a snake that was fucking huge, dude. And she was holding that shit on her shoulders. And I was like, whoa, this girl is badass.
Brittany at the VMAs.
Not quite, but close. And we went to the basement, and my parentals were upstairs with her parentals, just hanging out while we chilled on her bed. And I brought the worst movie selection you can imagine. I brought Jackass 2.5 and I brought See No Evil, the Kane movie, the WWE wrestler Kane, May 19th.
May 19th.
I brought those on DVD. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking about, but I'm laying in bed and I realized that we had just eaten some pizza. We ate pizza. And I realized that I'm starting to feel like death inside. My nose is running. My eyes are watering. I have asthma and I can't breathe. I need my pump. This is the worst. I've never been alone with a girl before. So this is my first time. And I'm like, we're laying down. I'm about to put my arm on her. I'm like about to put my arm on her. She turns to me and looks and says, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I feel great. Be right back." I go to the bathroom. I look in the mirror. I look like fucking death. My eyes are 3 times the size. My nose is swollen. I'm leaking. And then I can't stop sneezing. I pull my pump out. I use it. You're supposed to use it twice. Use it like 4 or 5 times. I was blowing my nose probably 5 minutes in the bathroom. I leave the bathroom, go back to her bed. She is sitting up. She is watching the movie. Wants barely anything to do with me after that. I leave her house. I know for a fact I am never going to see this girl again. And on the ride home, what is playing on the radio but Omarion's song Icebox? There you go.
She must have looked up age consent laws in between.
She should have. That is probably, well, it's in my top 3 of most embarrassing moments in my life. And now you know.
Did you look like Will Smith in Hitch?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. It was bad.
Oh.
It was bad. Gavin, the way you're looking, man, what are you thinking right now about what I just said?
Being a teenager is really tough. I'm just thinking back to just like, I never had anything that crazy, like I don't have any allergies or anything, but just like the awkward shit you have to deal with just to grow up a little bit is cruel and unusual.
Yep.
And yeah, the amount of like bumping foreheads with somebody or just like stupid shit from being 16 and then trying to make good time with somebody is it's rough. But I mean, I obviously didn't do anything too insane because my wife knew me we dated when I was 16. So I couldn't have done anything too insane. But yeah, just God, dude, teenage years are a minefield. And my oldest is 11, so like I know that it's gonna be a disaster soon.
It's upcoming.
I'm not prepared.
Did you ever play WoW with her afterwards?
Oh God. So
She/G quit?
The end of that is that she clearly was turned off by me. I wonder the fuck why. I'm a mess on my best day, especially at 16. I couldn't even look people in the eye. And now I've got this crazy allergy that I didn't know about. I ate pizza every fucking day prior to this. I haven't had it once since. But ultimately, I learned that she was cheating on me with another WoW player who was also in our circle of friends. And I never saw her again.
Damn,
and we stopped speaking.
You caught her dancing on a mailbox at the Goldshire Inn.
Yeah. And that I'm not gonna say what I was just about. You guys are gonna have to fucking get me on another revelation to say what I was just about to say. I
Damn.
will only embarrass myself so much on this podcast.
I'll gladly embarrass myself as much as you guys want for money.
Common sense with the $4.99. I mean, variety of comic titles of solo Marvel heroes like Quasar or Weird World today doesn't feel like that. Look at Null. To me, it's a Spider title. I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Sean didn't know if girls made him deathly allergic or not. I thought it was her dog.
Have you gotten it confirmed it's dairy? Like
It was
Yeah.
medically?
It was the
Okay.
snake. It was the snake.
Wasn't the snake, bro. It wasn't the snake.
A snake is wild as a pet. First of all.
So if you would have seen it,
Oh,
that shit
thanks.
was huge, bro.
That'd be
Oh,
awesome.
thanks.
Well, I'm stuck in the weird vortex of like the Venn diagram of old, like older than 16, the way that you kind of like older than that, which makes me think not 17 or 18.
No.
Snake as a pet, living with her parents.
Yeah.
There's like
In the
a weird-
basement.
Yeah.
right? And then also having boys come over from WoW, like there's just the Venn diagram is questionable.
Yeah. I think you dodged a bullet. Is what
But hey, man,
Gavin's
but look,
getting
when you're 16, when you're 16, I get it.
Oh,
It's
you're
hard out
16.
there.
You're trying to take those bullets wherever they may come.
I dodged a bullet like you guys can't even imagine. However, I will also say her parent, well, her father at least, played WoW, and he was a cool guy. His name in game was Meshuggah, which I didn't know what
Oh,
the fuck
metal.
that was, but it's a metal band that I
Yeah.
would go on
Yeah.
to deeply love.
Okay. This tracks.
Yeah,
You know, every time you listen to them, you think about her.
Oh boy.
I definitely don't do
That ain't the snow buddy he's thinking of.
Hey, yo.
And it's funny you say that because she was definitely an Italian girl from Jersey.
Oh, you said
Oh,
Meshuggah. I knew. I'm sorry. That's the certain type of people listen to Meshuggah.
It's a snow
I'm
bunny.
one of them.
Yeah.
Does an Italian really count as a snow bunny, though?
Oh no, they're
Yeah.
they're POC.
Think so?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
not they're like kind of adjacent.
Was she Sicilian?
Well, what would so then what would count for you? What would be a
Nordic.
defined snow bunny?
Yeah, Nordic or like hardcore Anglo.
We're talking lives in snow.
Whereas like talked about before, who's been called a racial slur by an old man because you could tell I was Italian from across the room because I was my nose was like 40% of my face.
Holy shit.
There's a certain amount of so I guess it depends on if she was like really ethnically Italian. There's just a certain amount of spice mixed into that
Sure.
makeup, you know, with the big hair and prominent features and getting you fucked up on dairy.
She had a schnoz, I won't lie, but I felt as though, let's just say she was in line with what my preferences have historically been in my mind.
Got it.
Fair. Okay, fair. Yeah, fair.
Common sense with a $4.99. I want to ask: have you talked to or invited any comics retailers that have insight of the comics industry, comparing 10 years ago to today? We have not officially had a comics retailer on this podcast ever, but in 2026, it's certain to happen. We've had options and opportunities. It just hasn't worked out. It's like you want to make sure you're putting on a show that you guys will come and listen to, and so that is what makes doing things like that tricky.
And also a comic retailer, they're probably working on a Saturday.
Maybe.
So it is a little tricky for them to.
But I would say Sketched has done a lot of good work over. Like I think David did an article only a couple months or only a few months ago where he like really like reached out to a ton of retailers to try to get some like boots on the ground opinions of of the shape of the industry. So I would check out this stuff that David does at Sketch.
Oh, good work there.
I want to talk to David. I'm trying to get David on this podcast.
I love David. David's a good dude. We've been buddies for oh god, I met him at my first Emerald City. That was in the before times. That was 2019. I've known him for 6 years.
Put in the good word.
Yeah, I actually think I need to schedule. I think I need to schedule with him to go do his show with this next thing I'm doing.
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's time.
we better be your first stop. That's all I know. I don't want to see you on.
You'll be my first video stop.
I don't want to see you on Blurred Without Fear before you hang out with this Blurred. Okay.
Fair enough.
Thank you. The last bit of
I'm
news.
not kind of starting any sort of beef between you and Ernie.
No. Actually, I'm a big fan of his channel. I'm just fucking around. I would love to have him on here.
Yeah.
I would love to do something with him. He's awesome. I see you over there regularly. I'm a lurker.
He said creepily.
Well, in more ways than one. There will be no more lurking on Rich Johnston's part in the Tom Brevoort Substack, looking for any kernel of controversy to be able to report about it on bleedingcool.com, because Tom Brevoort's Substack is coming to an end after the controversial statements he made last week about AI and his use of it that sent the internet into a tizzy. Coincidentally, Tom Brevoort has announced that he is bringing his Substack to a close with the following quote. All right, the big story this week is that I'm going to be taking this feature on hiatus for a while. This shouldn't be any big surprise to those of you who've been paying attention for the last month or so. I always told myself that this wasn't a job and that I'd quit or pull back if it stopped being fun. But lately, the work of putting these pieces together has felt more and more like work, and the enjoyment quotient has gone way down. So I think it's time to step away for a bit and recharge the batteries and see what I might want to play around with next. I'm sure that I'll continue to post new material here from time to time, but it won't be on a weekly basis, and I have no set plan for when I might pick things up again. He followed up with, quote, I was told recently that the subtext of a lot of my answers in this Q&A section is that the questioner is an idiot, which was never my intent. So I apologize if my answers have been coming across that way. I try to answer the assorted questions put to me directly and succinctly, but directly can sometimes feel like brusquely, and succinctly can sometimes come across like dismissively, I suppose. Tom Brevoort Substack no more. What is your reaction?
If this is in reaction to
Go ahead, AI boy. Go ahead.
all right. If this is in reaction to last, the last article here that he put out, I feel like he might have gotten lambasted, and maybe that's unfair. I hear where people's concerns might be coming from, but I don't think that anything he said there was so like, oh my God, we have to like worry for the future of our industry. So it's a shame not to get his insight, because I think for what it's worth, outside of those pieces, he has a lot to say, and he gives a lot of glimpse into the inner workings of his mind, but also potentially Marvel. And so from that end, it'll be a shame to miss out on that.
Hey, that's what a letters page is for. Then it's more direct. I think he just realized that like it's hard to separate himself from his job, especially in a public sphere when he's talking about the same industry that he's in. And that's just too messy.
I feel like if he was just Joe Q off the street,
Yeah.
making those comments about the AI stuff, it would have turned people up a lot less.
Yeah.
But those comments are relatively innocuous. They don't bother me that much from a personal perspective, outside of the fact that he's in a position to hire artists.
Yep.
And that really muddies those waters a lot.
Yeah. It's too close to what he does professionally. Even like the non-AI stuff, he talks about comics regularly in that Substack.
Yeah.
So like sure, it is a good peek into things from like us, like our perspective, but it's also too risky from his perspective, and I think he realized that once it got too close, which not worth the juice on that one.
I'm a big fan of Tom Brevoort's. I love reading his Substack. I'll miss it. I think that the majority of what he has posted there is stuff that is pretty regular. Like nothing that he really ever posted there was too spicy to me.
Yeah.
I think he got someone. I think somebody had a little chat with Tom.
Yeah.
And I think he shouldn't have said what he said. I just don't like, it's not about whether or not what he said was okay for a person to say. It's about whether or not it was okay for him to say. And I
Right.
just think that's one of those opinions that you keep behind the curtain because of how much your job involves creators. We heard from creators who weren't loving what Tom had said. Artists primarily who say, well, what does that mean for future work at Marvel if this is the perspective of their top guy, their top editor?
Yeah.
I get that. And I understand someone above him going, Tom, what are you doing? Like maybe put this on ice. And who knows? Maybe it was his decision. I really don't know. But ultimately, I don't think it's a surprise that this came out right after he made those comments.
And like, he's not just any editor either. He's not just like some group editor. This is Tom Brevoort. He's probably the most recognizable name as an editor at Marvel. So you got more eyes on you.
Well, and he's been around the industry also for a long time.
Yeah, what, almost 40 years he's been in comics?
Yeah.
That's insane. Insane.
We got a good point here. Steve Canara says he can invent a new persona and start a new Substack, maybe as a Japanese woman.
Okay. Rob says he gets flack for one bad take and gives up. I feel a little bad. Yeah, I mean, look.
He stirred some controversy before.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite as big as this, but I think there have been a few moments where he's caught some heat for some stuff. This might have just been like a thing of like, guys, dude, come on, like bridge too far. How many times? Let's slow this down.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I would say it was one bad take. I do think this was the worst reaction he's gotten. But I mean, I know people have been upset with him before about some things that he said.
And we've reported on things he said in the past as well. I think that Tom is under a microscope. When every time you write anything even slightly off the beaten path, there's going to be an article written about you. That's kind of weird.
That's tough.
I like Rich fine. I think Rich is a great dude. We've had him on the channel, but that's very bizarre that everything you say, somebody is directly looking at it to see if there's anything they can pull out for an article piece. I wouldn't want to be in that position.
And like, from a fandom perspective too, a lot of the fan base does not understand what an editor does. And so they place blame on these editors for things maybe they don't have any control over. So if you have one of the biggest editors, putting stuff out there, that only fans the flame sometimes.
Yeah, it just sucks, man, because I wasn't around for these days, obviously, but I have looked into the history for the deep dives, and one of the things that I love so much about the old comics industry is how frequently you could hear from people in Tom Brevoort's position.
Yep.
The Comics Journal, they would put interviews with these people in the back of their own comics, Marvel and DC. Like, you could just hear from them so much more than you do now, and I miss that.
There's a guarding of that because I feel like, has been a lapse in what feels like leadership. Those leadership roles have shifted to the consumer facing end, which is the creators, not the, hey, this is kind of where we're going with things. We got to keep it under wraps because that's what's going to build surprise and drum up. Like, I think Mark Waid right now as like a face for DC is great. And Marie Javins, really being able to express to whatever degree that she can the larger goals that she has for the company, but um, it's those people in between that it's hard to hear from. The people between her and the creator. Those are the guys in the doing the busy work in the mud.
This is a complete deviation, but I am so distracted by what I just saw that I have to share it with you guys.
No, what?
A YouTube channel called Half the Picture Podcast with 153 subscribers just popped up on my feed for the first time ever in life. And what is the interview that they have that dropped yesterday? Part 1 of 2, an
Jim
hour
Lee.
long?
Jim Lee.
No, Grant Morrison.
What? They
How?
live? They live?
1.2K views. If Grant Morrison came on this channel, there is no way in hell it would have that few views. Who are these people? Who is Billy Barnell? I want to know, how did he get Grant Morrison on the podcast when Grant told us that they don't even have the internet? Grant Morrison told me to my face that they don't use the internet and they don't have a smartphone. I
think this guy is in the industry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had Sparks on. Not a comic guy. It looks like this looks like a film guy.
I'm mad.
Billy Barnell. He also might be British.
I mean, Jason Reitman.
I'm mad. And now I've sent everyone to another channel. A double fail.
Subscribe.
Raid. Was it on Twitch? You used to raid?
Yeah, shit. Well, I'm gonna watch this interview. It's Grant. I live at the feet of the master.
Cinema lover and trailer editor living in London. It's the British types. They flock together. It's fine.
That's not
understandable.
See, that's not right. That's not right. Grant needs to think about more than just Brits, okay? I'm an American boy and I'm a big fan. Come talk to me. I cried in front of Grant Morrison. You would think that would get me an interview.
He looks like a young dude. Good for him. Good for Billy Barnell.
Fuck Billy.
You have Jason Reitman on too?
Yeah, that was the last video.
Goddamn.
That's what I was saying when I saw Jason Reitman. I was like, oh, this guy has some sort of access.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Are we getting? I don't want to say nepo, but oops.
Anyway, we've got to spin the wheel a couple more times, and then we're going to play the GOAT game, which should be fun because it always is. So let's get a wheel spin in there.
All right, let that spin while I get my GOAT game ready.
I'm going to do the origin before the GOAT game, by the way.
Okay. All right, and god damn it, Marco, you got another minute.
No.
No.
Oh, all right.
He said nope.
Okay.
Sean's thirsty. He wants the water.
It's just 3 minutes.
That's 3 minutes I'll never get back.
It's a revelation. It's a revelation now.
Oh, shit.
All right, let's see. Yeah, let's see.
Do you want to just do the revelation you tease, Sean, instead of running the poll?
No, they gotta win. They gotta choose me.
It's gonna. Wow.
We'll
All
see.
right.
We'll see.
I mean, I feel like you kind of locked that in now.
Yeah, I
Could be
can't.
what's
I can't do
gonna
the
happen.
poll because I have something else open right now. So somebody else.
I got it.
All right.
Yeah, I got it.
Man, listen. You're right, Aaron Ruiz. I don't have the connections. It sucks, but it's okay.
It's about who
Mike
you
Hank
know.
says, "Congrats to them. Game's the game." Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Game is game.
All about that.
I'll go ahead and vote this time.
You're gonna vote for me?
You know what? Me too.
Vote for Tyler. I'm sure he's got some shit to say.
Yeah, but you said like there was a part 2 of some sort, so I feel like we should sandbag.
I mean,
see what happens.
I could do an embarrassing date story, I guess.
Yeah, but you would do it without the wheel spin.
Yeah, I would.
Exactly. Unprompted.
Yeah, I would.
All right. I'll end the fucking poll. I see what you guys want. Okay. So I met this girl, as I said, on the dating app known as World of Warcraft.
Yes.
And, we really were into each other. So much so that in Ironforge, for those of you who are
Yes.
familiar with World of Warcraft, I had my human paladin. I typed /knee, which causes your character to get on bended knee. I bought a ring in game. I opened her trade window and I traded her a ring. And I asked her to marry me. And she said yes.
Oh,
And so
That trollop.
we invited to Ironforge all of our friends, all of our guildies.
stop.
I put on a suit, okay? And my character in World of Warcraft looks like the wrestler Triple H. Long blonde hair,
Okay.
mustache, all that jazz, right? And she was a night elf. So she had on a night elf wedding dress, a white
Understandable.
dress. I had on my black suit. And we had ourselves an e-marriage. Yes, we did.
That's kind
And-
of cringe.
Oh, it's cringe as fuck.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
it's up there. It's highly embarrassing, but that's not the most embarrassing part.
Did you have to officiate?
Y'all,
We
y'all
did,
didn't
we
serve
did.
pizza at the wedding, did you?
Sorry?
They didn't serve pizza at the e-wedding, did you?
They didn't. They didn't. But what was worse,
Oh no.
so back then, every server that people played WoW on had a specific forum unto itself. And there was forum drama based on the servers. So someone who didn't like me was at the wedding.
Oh, God.
And they made a post because I was fairly well known. And they made a post about the fact that I got e-married with pictures.
Pictures of the e-marriage?
Pictures, yes.
Stop.
Damn. They have you hire a photographer. The guests shouldn't be taking pictures.
It was bad. That was a not a fun week in my life because the roasting
Oof.
was nearly endless.
And what's your character's name, realm, and what's the form?
You will never know.
I think I could ask someone.
Fuck that.
That wasn't a no.
Don't do that. And she doesn't know about that. She doesn't know.
Okay.
She will learn about this for the first time listening to this episode.
Okay. All right. I got questions.
Go ahead.
We're in Ironforge.
Oh man, the old.
You know where the PvP section is in Ironforge? There's an inn, there's a PvP section.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
there, yeah.
Okay. You didn't go in like the hidden Ironforge, the under Ironforge, where there's
Not for
nobody.
this.
Damn.
No.
Huh.
It was not a good time. And oh my god, Uncanny Suit says Sean definitely tapped that ass. All right, I will give you a last bit of embarrassment, and then
Oh,
we're done with these
no.
comments
consummated.
forever. Okay, after the marriage, we went to the Ironforge Inn. Up the steps, there are beds. I typed /sleep. My character laid on his back.
Yeah.
She pressed X on top of my character. That makes the night elf character sit down. And so she pressed X several times.
Quite a few times. No, stop.
Oh man, the old internet, huh? Good lord.
Yeah.
So innocent.
Look, I was 16, okay? She was not. So
Wasn't.
she was into some other shit.
Damn. Damn.
You just pressed the next with somebody else though. Well, it's like as you said.
Yeah, I'm sure she pressed X on many men in game. Many in-game men, many humans, many Tauren orcs.
Tauren. Oof. On a night elf. Yikes.
But just one marriage, Sean?
One marriage. That was it for me. I gave up on the concept after that.
Same.
Mm. Same.
One and done. Not teabagged near. What the fuck? She wasn't
He's not-
pressing X on my face.
I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but you know.
No, but
Prot, Rhett, Holy? What
Holy.
were you? Holy Paladin. Oh, you were a healer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Oof. I did.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
About to go to the inn later. Bring a
This is
black
what
light.
This is listen. There may be some DNA left over. This is what $10 super chats can get you.
Oh man.
This is what is possible.
Yeah, he prays lay on hands.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
a specific joke for Sean.
Yep. Oh yeah. She laid hands. This is not the X you press to pay respect, I gather. No, super job.
Different game.
Not at all.
No. All right. I think we somehow owe one more wheel spin.
All right.
Gavin, I hope you don't see me any different.
No.
It's another Marco's minute. God damn it.
Hey,
I mean,
man.
I never had anything that crazy to base myself that far, but I mean, like, who wasn't in Yahoo anime chat rooms, in
Not me.
2002, 2001. Like, that was just life.
I have so many stories, dude. Fuck that. Oh,
We got to lie to Marco.
sick. Love it. Gavin, do you want to lie to Marco?
No, I think it's Tyler's turn, frankly.
All right.
To lie to Marco. Okay. Comic book related lie to Marco. Okay. I'm thinking. Okay, I got it. After Civil War. Marco, you remember Marvel Civil War, correct?
Correct.
Marvel Civil War dealt with the Stanford incident with the New Warriors,
Right.
where Nitro, the villain Nitro, blew up a school. Because of that, a lot of the New Warriors did die in that event. But Night Thrasher survived and became a little dejected of his life post this event, that it caused such an upheaval with the superhero community. So much so that he needed penance for it and wore this almost Iron Maiden-esque suit to constantly stab himself so he'd be able to feel something. What in that statement is wrong?
It wasn't most
Night-
edgelordy shit.
It was. Penance was my boy.
It wasn't Night Thrasher.
Okay, you're I'll give you this. You're right, Marco. But can you
yeah.
go further?
I'm trying. Was it not
He
fuck.
got it. Come on, Marco.
You know it. It's in there.
Cannon
You're so close.
Cannonball?
No.
Fuck no.
Just think of some little nose candy. It's a little speedball.
Oh.
Speedball that's a thing for Coke, right? Is that am I
Yeah.
right about that? Okay.
Damn.
Oh.
The chat. I was gonna make a joke earlier. Shadow Walker ASL. Like, I think about that so frequently.
Same.
Because it was such like it was just a necessity of being online.
Yep.
At that time, that it just does not exist anymore.
And Marco, do you know
Oh,
what
man,
ASL
so
stands
funny.
for?
No.
Yo,
That's
Marco
crazy.
is not much younger than us, but he's enough younger to miss out on this.
What is
If
that?
you had to guess, when you're
okay.
meeting someone
Yeah.
and you say, "Hey, ASL," what do you think the response would? What do you think I'm asking for? If I'm meeting you online and I don't know you,
You don't know me.
You put that poll up, Sean.
I sure did.
I see when I was reading it, I would have assumed like adult supervision something. Cause
Which we
like
needed. Sean
I needed it.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sean's they were supervising Sean. You can still do it.
that's actually true.
All right. What if I tell you one of three?
okay.
The middle one means sex.
What?
In the medical term.
I knew that's not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it any better.
What?
Wow. Remember those old YouTube videos where we like showing kids an iPod for the first time? They're like, what is this thing?
Yeah.
This is that.
CD
We
player.
were, my daughter and I were watching. My daughter and I were watching a creepypasta video explaining Ben Drowned, and I was like, "This video is older than you. This video was uploaded to this
That's wild.
website, which is fairly new to me." and the video is older than my daughter because it was a 12-year-old upload, and I'm like, that's crazy
Wow.
because she's 11.
Using Windows Media Maker.
So, yeah. So anyway, when you would meet someone new, you would post into the chat or whatever ASL, and it's age, sex, location.
So
you
giving out real details.
Like 16 male New York, maybe from Sean, if he was being honest. If he was probably not being honest, he would have been like 19 male New York. That would admit to be New York's a great. That's a good one. When you say like, there's a lot of me being like L.A. and people be like Los Angeles, like no, the real one, capital L.A. Not L.A. Learn some things.
First of all, Gavin, I never lied on the internet. Okay, that's number one.
Never.
Okay.
Never.
Fair.
And she knew exactly how old I was. I knew exactly how old she was. She knew that she shouldn't have been doing what she was doing, but we.
And this is before you got into To Catch a Predator as a TV show watch.
Yes.
Okay.
To me, I don't even want to get into that. But
cool.
What was I gonna say? So I think it's so funny that people get like crazy.
That's crazy.
What happened?
People in chat
just Googled it. That's crazy.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm going to close the poll. Do you know what ASL stands for? 56% of you said yes. Who the fuck are the 44% that said no? How old are you?
Those are the youngins.
What were you doing? Marco's 32.
I said there's a very specific window, and Marco didn't meet the cutoff.
But I think it's crazy that people go so nuts about pronouns when the first fucking thing we would say to introduce each other was our age, sex, and location. Like, you needed to lay that down. You laid it down. Even in WoW, where you have an avatar, most of these night elf females weren't girls; those were dudes.
Yeah.
Marco, you need to watch Pin 15.
Oh yeah.
Because there's
Oh my God.
several scenes with them being on AIM, AOL Instant Messenger, and they
nail it.
So perfectly recreate it. And that's when it hit me that like I looked into it and like, oh, the people who made the show were like within a year older than me, and they were writing for when they were in seventh grade, which is exactly when I was in 6th or 7th grade. And that's why it was just like wave after wave of intense feeling of like cringe and awe and like nostalgia. It's fantastic. But you should that they nail what it was like to go back on the computer, take over the phone line, get up in that chat room and talk some shit that you weren't supposed to be talking, and then like to have your parents like, oh no, I was playing a learning game, and you log off and you're done.
Because I had internet with like, can't be on the phone, but the internet was never a social thing. Like I was warned away from it. It was only ever to write my essays, or to play
Because your parents were good parents,
or play my putt-putt.
Dude, there's another movie. It's called DD. It's about. It came out last year. It's a coming of age film about an Asian kid growing up in like the age I grew up. So there's a lot of AIM in it. And at one point, he sees the girl he has a crushes on, like MySpace song, and he makes it his ringtone on his phone so that she hears it when they meet. And it was like a hello goodbye song. And I'm like, bro, this is literally the coming of age movies are my childhood now.
Right. And see, and that was when I was like in my teens going in, like, cause MySpace for me was like probably 10th grade through 12th grade. And then Facebook, when I joined Facebook, you had to have a college ID. You had to have a college email, but it was still newer Facebook, but it like, I was 19, 18. But yeah, MySpace, oh man, that top 8 was vital about your social standing, where you put people in that top 8 meant some shit. There was fallout if you didn't do it right. And if you put people, and you had people that weren't in there, they would give you some shit about it.
Yeah.
But also, how many of us learned how to do like basic HTML coding?
That's
because of
what I did.
I made a phishing website for to hack into people's Neopets accounts.
course you did, you freak.
Yeah, stealing their Neopoints so I can get a Draconian Bloomeroo. You feel me?
Well, I was trying to explain to my daughter, like, that
I think
you mentioned about social, like online as readily, especially in like 2000. 2003, sure, you could do some stuff, and then of course with WoW and everything. But like, I mean, like there was light years of growth from 98 to that point, only 5-year span.
Yep.
But like getting her to understand, like, yeah, we weren't like Robloxing or anything like that because you couldn't do that. It was just talking.
Yep. Although I did play a lot of Toontown.
A lot of talking. I was watching a video from the Burback channel. Have you ever seen that? There's a guy named Eddie Burback.
No.
It's he and his brother. They're twins, and they're probably born in like 93-ish. But they do these videos that are about their nostalgia stuff. And they did one on this Penguins game that apparently a certain
Club
generation
Penguin.
was like, yeah, I'd never heard of it.
Yeah, it was a generation
Fantastic
after me,
video.
but yeah, I'm aware of it. Yeah.
And they were doing the same thing of doing like the other game you were talking about that I never played. It's just so funny to like these. The Museum of the Internet would be fascinating because there's just so many old ass versions of the internet. The internet's going through so many iterations.
I put up a Q&A in the chat. What is your ASL? Now that we are all initiated as to what that means, and I love the people who are responding. You know exactly the format. I love to see it.
And I hope some of you are lying, like you should be.
All right, let me get in there.
Dude, oh my God, I knew the only fucking catfish. This dude, like, he catfished a lot of people.
Damn.
In World of Warcraft. A lot of people got. I'll leave it there.
Marco, what's up with that?
Huh? What? Hell, didn't lie.
Marco's 25.
Yeah, that's it.
Boyish charm.
Yeah, that's it. I want to see who's lying in the chat. Amin lying. 57.
See, and then back in the day on AIM, Marco, you would have put away an away message whenever you were AFK, and you probably would have put like some semi-depressing quote from the character Swamp Thing.
Yep.
With like in a green text, a dark green background,
yep.
Whereas I was doing like semi-depressing song lyrics, to usually throwing shade at somebody.
Ooh.
So the girl that I liked, that was like for like there would be context, that you would have to kind of dig out of people's away messages, because it was never as simple as like, going to the store, see you later. It was like, my heart is a dark place.
Yep.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah, it was goth as fuck. It was just like the saddest emo shit, but it was awesome.
Mine were a lot of AFI lyrics for me.
If I had MySpace in 2006 and 7, I did have AIM, but I didn't. I never put away messages or anything because I just I didn't do it. But if I did, it would have been, I've got an icebox where my heart used to be. That's what it would have been. All right. We've got to thank the rest of our patrons before we play the GOAT game. Keep answering the Q&A. What is your ASL? My favorite. A lot of
36 to 38s up in here. What's up, y'all?
A lot of liars. I see Mothman put 31 asterisk TX. What are you replacing there?
We didn't have the gender terminology back when ASL was.
That's
around.
true. That's true. We didn't. It was binary.
Very, very binary. Yeah.
Yep. WoW 3620 45F NYC. Which part of that is the lie? I want to know. Audio sign language. Yeah, that's what it stands for, Lucas. All right. Shadow Walker, I've never contributed to the channel more than typing ASL. My day is complete. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. All right. I'm going to get into the rest of the patrons, and then we'll play the game. Here we go. Thank you to Amin, Almighty Perez, Houston, the Century Kid Murphy, Peter, Living Lightning Electrics, Lucas Heatwave Holdner, who I just talked about, Young Dende, Faye Fighter Dewooty, Shalom, Paladin Warburg, Cosmic November, Steve Swarm Canaris, Blur Jekyll Jose, Scripture, the Wardens of the Word, Jack Cloutier. Thank you so much for reaching out to me yesterday, brother. It was good to talk to you. And I've got your origin coming next week. Chris the Cure Coleman, Emperor MD Johnny, and joining the Pals verse with an official intro is longtime listener and friend Carter the Owl Shogunate. Perched upon the edge of a high building, the Owl Shogunate watches his city sleep. The owl must watch, must be on guard, for when the city wakes, it wakes enraged, thrashing like an untamed beast. It unleashes pulses of evil that corrupt the weak among men, hoping to spread its pestilence as far and wide as possible. When evil knocks, it is a choice to unlock the door and let it in. This is the wisdom of the owl. Racing down an alleyway, a group of masked men make off with their biggest score yet. They did it while the city slept, knowing all those spandex-clad freaks are in their jammies counting sheep. By the time any of them catch a whiff of this job, the goons plan to be halfway across the country. That's not far enough to escape the city from some of its protectors, but it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't get far. A harsh silver light beamed into their eyes, instinct forcing their hands up over their faces for coverage. Now a loud mechanical screech blared in their ears, threatening to burst their eardrums. The owl leapt from his perch, dive-bombing into the crowd of disoriented goons. His suit was far more than spandex. It was an armored weapon of war, built to be wielded in a world where anything is possible. Far more than was necessary to handle the current situation. Another screech brought the crowd to their knees. It would be easy enough to put them down without harming them much more, but criminals do not learn soft lessons. In an instant, the owl's talons were raised and sliced across the chest of one of the thieves. The shock of the attack caused his eyes to jut from his head, dead long before he could consider what had happened. Anyone who harms others to survive does not deserve to. This is the judgment of the owl. Two of the men attacked the owl with wild abandon, realizing now that this isn't the sort of hero they're used to. Now they would beg to be taken to prison by heroes like Atomic Hound or the Spear Brothers. Those pleas would fall on deaf ears because there is no mercy in the heart of the owl. He made quick work of his attackers, cutting through them like tender meat. A loud bang rang through the alleyway. The last thief standing found his courage and pulled his pistol, shooting true and hitting the owl in the chest. If guns were a threat to the owl, his watch would have ended a long time ago. The bullet bounced off the owl shogunate's armor right back at the forehead of its owner, killing him instantly. These men's lives were worth little, but so are their deaths. Fodder that the city sent to test the owl's reflexes. The night is still young and full of horrors, but the greatest one may lie within the heart of the owl himself. For what leads a man to deem himself judge, jury, and executioner of other men? What leads a man to forsake his humanity to become the ultimate weapon against evil? That is a story that will be told some other day, some other way. That is the promise of the owl. Thank you for joining, Owl Shogunate.
Welcome, welcome.
Sick. I like that.
Thanks. If you would like an origin of your own, the only way to get one is through the Patreon page, patreon.com/thecomicspals. Hopefully you enjoyed the conversation. Amin Perez says, question for, not the conversation, the origin. Question for Sean, do you think you have made any continuity errors since you started creating origins? No. No. Not yet. It'll probably happen, but not yet. Eric Garza, very bummed to check out of this millennial chat. We'll circle back from the future for sure. Take care, y'all. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It's been fun. All right, we've put in our 4 hours for the day. So we're going to close up shop. We do have an interview coming this Tuesday with an incredible creator who some of you may be familiar with, some of you may not, but someone who has recently come on my radar in a way that I'll talk about more during the interview. But Taki Soma, the writer and artist of Sleeping While Standing, will be joining us this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm super excited to get to talk to her. Hopefully, you guys will come and hang out. You may not know her name, but I guarantee you she's done something that you have seen before. And I implore you to come because this is going to be an awesome conversation. Gavin, you seem to know. You seem to know.
Yeah, I know exactly who she is. Yeah, I know her personally, but like, yeah, I know she's been around the block for a while.
Yes, absolutely. So, thank you guys for listening. All September long, we are dropping. So every single weekday and Saturday, you can expect to see a video or a live stream from us. I hope you guys are enjoying that. We will see you in the future. Gavin, thank you for hanging out with us.
Wait. We didn't do the GOAT game.
Oh my God, we didn't play the game. Thank you, Tyler. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so exhausted. Yeah, we got to play the game. Oh my God.
Who's gonna play though? That's the question.
Yes.
All of us are playing.
No, no.
That's a
Is it
first.
really?
Yeah,
Including Gavin.
and Gavin too. Yep.
Are you up for it, Gavin? All you have to do
I'm
is make a pitch for why the character that comes out is the best character.
Yeah, I remember. Count me out on this one again.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not playing as much today as last time.
That's fine.
No worries. No worries.
All right. What's the character though? Oh, hold on. Don't peek behind this. Okay.
Spin it.
It's spinning. It's spinning.
There's such a delay, dude. I can't see it.
I wish I could see it. Yeah.
Oh, it's Nightcrawler.
Okay. All right. So Marco, myself, and Tyler have to each individually make a pitch for Nightcrawler, and what you, the audience, has to let us know is which one of us made the best pitch. I'm comfortable going first.
How long?
45 seconds apiece.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
Who will go second?
I'll go second.
I'll go last because I'm not going to win. So.
Okay, here we go. Kurt Wagner is known as the Nightcrawler, a beast visually who would scare most people, including children, because he looks like something straight out of the Bible. A demonic blue beast with a tail that can disappear and reappear at will, leaving hellfire and brimstone in his wake. But what if I told you that Nightcrawler is actually an incredible human being that cares more for humans and mutants alike than any other member of the X-Men? Nightcrawler would do anything for you, anything for anyone, including someone who hates him, because he understands that the value of a man is not just in their beliefs, it's in their existence. All people are valuable to Nightcrawler.
Okay. All right, Marco, what do you got?
Are you ready?
Yeah, go.
All right. First of all, we're going to start with the simplest things. Nightcrawler, probably the coolest powers of all the X-Men. Teleportation, can sneak in, snake out all of the X-Men. And then I think one of the things that he carries about his character is his Catholicism. Super prominent in all of his history, super prominent in all of his interactions, things that weigh heavily on him. And last but not least, he's one of the few X-Men to go full pirate, wield blades, and decide that this is the way that he, as a hero, will proceed, not just as an X-Man, but as an X-pirate.
X. God.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
When you start talking.
Cool. Nightcrawler is one of the best X-Men. And in fact, he's the greatest of all time. Because let's go to a more recent story. I know there's a lot of great Nightcrawler stories. You know, yeah, he's a man of God and a man of mutantdom. But let's go back to the Krakoa era. Nightcrawler had one mission on Krakoa, and that's to get people fucking. Dude had a whole section of Krakoa that was just meant for just like, I think like orgies, right? There was just open things there. So like, dude can fuck. And he's got like that avatar looking tail too. Like, so you don't get enough of that in comics. And I gotta say, with Kurt Wagner, even though he's got a horrible family history, the dude knows what's best for mutantdom. And honestly, sex appeal in comics is something that's sorely missed.
All right.
Took a different route than you guys.
Notably.
Yeah. The poll is up. You guys
Oh,
cast
yes, it
your
was.
vote. Let us know who you think sold you the best on Nightcrawler.
I hope Tyler wins.
Tyler's. Near says, I just came back. Why are we asking ASL? Is this Omegle? Do people still ask that on Omegle?
Omegle is gone. They got rid of it. Yeah. There's
shit.
replacements, but too many age issues happening there. That's the internet for you.
Uncanny Suit says, I still haven't recovered from y'all giving him B on your X-Men tier list.
I think well, there was an S tier though, right?
Yeah.
My heart says A, but
My heart says A.
then we fucked up.
I'm probably an A on Nightcrawler.
How did we get him a B?
Then we definitely fucked up.
Yeah.
First of all, that was a different era. Kale was here.
But would he have an F for it?
I don't fucking
Kale is probably the biggest Nightcrawler fan. You know, he has Catholicism issues with Nightcrawler. Perfect for Kale. Or religious issues.
Yeah.
Very true. All right, I'm going to end the poll because the result is pretty clear. Tyler has won his first iteration of the GOAT game.
Finally. I know which way I'm taking all these discussions going forward.
Oh, no.
Marco with 36%. Tyler with 50%. Marco with 36%. Me with only 14%. So
technically Tyler won. Tyler still hasn't won yet. Damn it. That's a technicality. Fuck.
That's fair. Thank you guys for getting us across the hump and helping us play the GOAT game again. We always make it within like the first hour and change, which I love so much. But I've already done all the plugging except for Gavin. GavinGidry.com. Make sure you guys go over there, grab your original art needs. If you are in the New York area, which we know a lot of you are, because we saw your ASL results, okay? A lot of you will be in New York for Comic-Con. So hit up Gavin. Gavin's going to have a booth. Do you know your designation?
L30. This year I'm going to be all the way on the wall, but I'm going to be really close, like Humberto Ramos and the two people that I'm excited. Like, it's cool. It's a decent group of us back there, so I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun, and I'll be doing Baltimore the very next weekend.
Cool.
Oh, beautiful. So you'll be listeners will be able to check you out at both events. Hopefully, you guys, if you see Gavin, let him know you're a fan of ours. You know, let him know you're one of us. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. And buy some great original art. I've said it before, I'll say it again. A year from now, getting Gavin Guidry original art will cost you probably double what it costs you right now. So make sure you guys get on the ground floor.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, right. I'm hoping for it for your sake. You got to buy a couple of PS6s for your kids. They're gonna need them. You got to make some more comics bucks.
Yeah.
PS6 is out.
No, I'm just because he bought 2 Switch 2s.
Yeah. You got to play Fortnite Delulu mode on those things.
Gavin ain't fucking around. All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening. It's